I've been working as a ranger in Colorado long enough to feel like I'd seen just about everything that the mountains and canyons could throw at a person. I dealt with the lost hikers, the drunks who drove too far up the canyon road, the folks who underestimated how quickly the temperature drops at night, and the rescues that took hours longer than they should have. I had found illegal hunting blinds, scattered human trash in the middle of the most remote valleys, and even old cars abandoned and left to rust decades ago, their frames almost swallowed up by the trees. You learn not to be surprised by what people do when they think no one is watching. But that one season late in the year, when most of the campgrounds in Poudre Canyon had already been shut down for the winter, something happened that stuck with me more than anything else. I was off duty, just camping with a buddy of mine. We both had spent enough years out here to know the terrain like the backs of our hands. We weren't amateurs. Between Colorado and Utah, we'd covered just about every type of backcountry terrain you could imagine. Deserts, high ridges, scrubby forests, alpine lakes. Normally, I felt at home anywhere. That's part of why I became a ranger in the first place. This trip was different. Right from the start, there was something wrong with the place we picked. We had driven up into the canyon later in the day, past the official campgrounds, because every single one of them was closed for the season. There were signs posted, chains up, and the usual reminders about seasonal closures. None of that surprised us. It was late, and most people had already packed up their summer gear weeks ago. But we still wanted to spend a night out in the woods, so we just pulled off a smaller road onto one of those dirt spurs that cut away from the canyon highway. Nothing special, just a wide enough spot to park and pitch camp. The air was cool, the sun dropping behind the ridges, the kind of blue-gray twilight that feels quiet even before it's actually dark. We got our packs on, carried what we needed away from the road so we wouldn't be in plain sight, and started scouting for a place to set up. I've done that 1,000 times without a second thought, but this time it didn't feel the same. The first thing we found was a blanket bunched up at the base of some brush. At first glance, it looked like any old piece of fabric someone had tossed aside. But when I nudged it with my boot, I realized there was weight inside of it, a strange stiffness. Pulling it back, we saw what was left of an animal. A skeleton mostly wrapped up in that blanket like someone had cared enough to cover it, but not enough to bury it. The bones were light, small enough that I thought maybe a dog, maybe a cat. It could have been someone's pet, abandoned there after it died. It happens more often than I wish it did. People come to the forest when they don't want to deal with something directly. Old furniture, bags of trash, sometimes pets. I've hauled enough of it away, in uniform, to know the pattern. Still, there's something about that bundle that put a weight in my stomach. It didn't look like careless trash. It looked like intention. Like someone had meant for it to be found, or meant for it to be hidden in a way that wasn't quite hidden enough. That set the tone. We left it behind and pushed further uphill, thinking that getting some elevation and distance from the road would help us find a better camp spot. The forest was quiet, the ground covered with fallen needles, the rocks loose under our boots in places. It wasn't long before we came across something even stranger. Up ahead, strung into the branches of a tree, was a tent. Not collapsed on the ground the way you'd expect an abandoned tent to be, but wrapped up, twisted in the branches like someone had deliberately lifted it there. It wasn't new. The fabric was weathered, dirt-streaked, but it hadn't been there long enough to rot or fall apart. I climbed closer, studying it. It wasn't empty. Inside the crumpled shape were notebooks, the edges swollen a little from damp, and a sleeping bag shoved in like someone had packed it up fast, then never returned for it. I had an immediate flash in my mind of unzipping the bag and finding bones inside or worse, but there was nothing like that. Just old gear, left behind in a way that didn't make sense. You see tents collapsed in the woods all the time. Storms rip them up. People get spooked and leave them. Wind carries them. But this wasn't that. This was someone deliberately stuffing a tent into the branches with belongings still in it. It was wrong. We didn't take the notebooks, didn't dig through them. Just glanced inside enough to know they weren't empty. Then kept moving. I felt this crawling sense in my chest, like I shouldn't be standing there too long. We turned downhill after that, thinking we'd loop back toward where we started. The descent was steep. Not a trail, just a scramble through loose dirt and roots, using branches for balance. The kind of place where one bad step could send you sliding 20 feet. That's when the smell hit us. If you've ever smelled death in the woods, you know it instantly. Sharp, thick, unmistakable. It's not just a smell. It feels heavy in your throat. I froze mid-step, scanning ahead. The slope was steep enough that everything had a strange angle to it, but tucked against one of the trees was a shape. Not large, not human-sized. A bundle, like the one with the blanket, only this time it was a towel. We didn't open it. Not then. We stood there, balanced awkwardly on the hill, breathing in that thick stink, and I knew for sure there was something inside that towel. And it hadn't been placed there by accident. Someone had climbed this dangerous slope and tucked it into the crook of that tree. It faced uphill, like it was meant to be looking back at whoever had come from above. We left it, hiked down, our pace quicker now, both of us glancing over our shoulders even though we hadn't seen a single person the whole time we'd been out there. Back at camp, we sat by the fire and opened a bottle of bourbon. The heat of the flames and the burn of the alcohol helped, but it didn't push away the image of that towel. Eventually, fueled by a mix of courage and unease, we decided to climb back up. The hill was worse going up than it had been coming down. My legs shook from the angle, boots slipping in the dirt. By the time we got to the tree, the smell was stronger. We found a stick, braced ourselves, and peeled the towel back. Inside was an owl, recently dead, its feathers still intact, its eyes gone, its body limp. Someone had killed it, not eaten it, not left it to the elements, but carefully wrapped it, carried it up this steep slope, and set it into place. I can't explain why that was worse than finding a deer carcass or a dog skeleton or any of the other dead animals I've come across. But it was. Owls don't just end up in towels, wrapped like gifts and placed on mountainsides. This wasn't nature. It was a person, someone with a reason that made sense only to them. We didn't stick around long after that. We drank enough to make sleep come faster. In the morning we packed up. The fire pit was cold, the bourbon bottle half empty, and the forest just as quiet as before. We didn't see anyone. Not a single car passed on that road the whole time we were there. But we both felt the weight of it like eyes had been on us. I couldn't shake the sense that whoever had left those things behind had done it on purpose, with care, and that it wasn't the first time. I've been back through Poudre Canyon since then, both on duty and off, but I've never gone back to that exact spot. Even now, years later, I think about the blanket, the tent in the tree, the towel with the owl inside. I think about how much effort someone went through to put them there, and how he never saw a single sign of the person responsible. That trip taught me something I hadn't learned in all my years as a ranger. Nature can scare you with storms, with cliffs, with the weight of being lost. But people are what make the forest truly unsettling. Out there, far from the road, with the trees closing in and the shadows stretching long, you don't have to see the person to know they're there. You just have to see what they leave behind. And once you do, you don't ever forget it. I worked as a seasonal ranger in Olympic National Park for several years, moving between different areas depending on staffing and the time of year. By the time this happened, I was familiar with most of the main sections. Hurricane Ridge, Lake Quinault, but it was always the off-season when the place felt most alive or maybe most unforgiving. That was when the tourists were gone, the campgrounds were empty, and I'd often find myself the only official presence for miles. One particular assignment had me monitoring some of the river access areas near Quinault. These places weren't the main draw of the park, not the kind that ended up on postcards or in vacation brochures, but they had a kind of rough beauty to them. Gravel pullouts, dead-end dirt roads, a few handmade trails beaten in by anglers or locals who knew where to slip into the water when the heat broke records. That week it was strangely hot for fall, one of those dry, breathless stretches that felt wrong in a place that's usually dripping wet. The moss on the trees looked brittle, the ferns sagged, and the usual damp smell of the forest floor had given way to the dusty scent of pine needles baking in the sun. I was out alone, doing what amounted to low-level patrol, checking for people camping illegally, clearing trash, making sure no one was trying to burn fires during a dry spell. I remember rolling down one road that seemed to lead nowhere, just a rutted stretch of dirt hemmed in by thick brush. It ended abruptly at the river's edge, and as I parked, I could see the water gleaming like polished glass in the sun. The spot was beautiful but eerie, tucked away with no sound except the low rush of water. Across the river, high up on the opposite bank, I spotted the remains of an old wooden bridge, half collapsed and swaying. It looked like the kind of thing that should have been torn down decades ago, but somehow still clung to life, each plank dark and warped from weather. I got out and walked to the edge, noting there was no trail leading down. Just dense underbrush, blackberry vines, and steep dirt that crumbled if you leaned too hard on it. Still, I knew people must come down here sometimes because I saw a fire ring near the water line and some faded beer cans tucked under the roots of a log. Places like this had a kind of unofficial life. Local swimming holes, fishing spots, places kids came at night to drink. I wrote a quick note to log later and started back toward my truck. That was when the thought crossed my mind. Someone could easily disappear out here. No cell service, no regular patrols, and not even a clear road in or out unless you knew where to turn. I tried to shake the thought off, but it lingered. Later that afternoon, I looped back the same way. The heat had gotten worse, and even in uniform, I was tempted to wade into the river. I decided against it, but the idea stuck. I couldn't blame anyone who did it. Days like that made you desperate for the shock of cold water. It was maybe an hour before sundown when I stopped again at the same pullout, just to double check no one had slipped in. I cut the engine and sat a while listening. The forest has a way of amplifying silence. You hear the gaps as much as the sounds. A bird here, the pop of twigs there, and then nothing for a long stretch. That quiet can be either comforting or suffocating, depending on your state of mind. I got out, stood at the edge of the embankment, and scanned the opposite side of the river. At first, it looked empty, just trees and rocks and the slope leading up. But then I noticed something. A figure, half hidden in the shadows of the tree line. He wasn't moving, at least not right away. Just standing, staring. I froze, every instinct tightening at once. From where I was, I couldn't make out details beyond the outline of a man, tall and broad, with something hanging from his shoulders that looked like a blanket or maybe a poncho. His hair was long, tangled, like it had pieces of forest debris clinging to it. I kept my eyes on him, trying to gauge if he was just another hiker, maybe a squatter, someone who'd wandered and off the grid. But there was something in his stillness that unsettled me. He didn't wave, didn't shift his weight, didn't call out. Just stared. Then, as if some invisible switch flipped, he moved fast, down the slope and toward the bridge. I felt my stomach lurch. That bridge, as unstable as it was, connected both sides. He was coming for me. I backed toward my truck, forcing myself not to sprint until I had to. My boots caught on vines, branches snagged my sleeves, and the brush tore at my skin. Every step felt like it took too long. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw him making his way across the bridge, faster than I expected, the planks groaning under his weight, but holding. Panic set in. I dropped the clipboard I'd been carrying and broke into a full run, shoving through blackberry brambles that cut across my shins and hands. By the time I reached the truck, my heart was hammering so hard I thought I'd black out. I flung the door open, slammed it shut, and locked it just as he came into view. He hit the hood with his fists, wild and wordless, grunting, yelling, slamming so hard I thought he'd dent the metal. His face was smeared with dirt, his eyes wild and bloodshot, and up close I could see the poncho wasn't really a poncho at all. It looked stitched from scraps of animal hide, ragged and greasy with age. His hair stuck out in matted ropes, woven with twigs. He came on my door handle, jerking it hard, trying to rip it open. I jammed the keys in the ignition, turned them with shaking hands, and floored the gas. Gravel spat out behind me as the truck lurched forward, engine roaring. He stumbled, but gave chase, sprinting barefoot down the dirt road after me. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. He was fast, faster than I thought a man like that could move, and he kept up for longer than seemed possible. His arms pumped, his legs kicked dust, and for nearly a mile I could still see him shrinking in the distance, pounding after me until finally he was gone. Only when I lost sight of him did I allow myself to stop, pulling over on the paved road miles away. My arms were shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. I looked down and saw blood from a dozen cuts on my arms and legs where the blackberry thorns had torn me. My uniform was ripped, my skin burning from scratches, my breath uneven. I sat there for a long time, just listening to the tick of the cooling engine, trying to make sense of what had happened. There was no doubt in my mind. If he'd reached me before I got into the truck, I wouldn't be here now. There had been nothing rational in his eyes, no sign of reason or hesitation, just raw intent. Later, when I logged it officially, I kept the language professional. Encounter with suspicious individual, threatening behavior, possible squatter on parkland. I knew no report could capture the truth of it, the way I felt hunted, the way he moved with that kind of desperate speed. Law enforcement did a sweep later, but they didn't find him. Maybe he vanished deeper into the forest. Maybe he lived out there all along. For the rest of my season, I avoided that area unless I had another ranger with me. Even years later, when my work took me to other parks and other assignments, I couldn't shake that day. Sometimes in dreams, I'd still see him, standing on the far side of the river, waiting, silent, his hair tangled with sticks, his skin leathered, his eyes fixed on me like prey. The lesson I carried was simple but heavy. Out there, in the places where the forest swallows roads and silence is the loudest thing you hear, there are people who don't want to be found. People who live by different rules. And sometimes, if you stumble into the wrong place at the wrong time, they will find you first. That day changed the way I patrolled. I no longer assumed that the scariest part of the wilderness was the bears, or the weather, or getting lost. The scariest part was what might already be hiding there, watching from the trees, waiting for someone to come too close. And I know this. I'll never go back to that stretch of river. Not alone. Not ever. I've told this story only a handful of times in my life, and every time I think about it, I feel that same cold sweat build on my neck and shoulders like it did that night. It was my very first time camping, long before I ever thought about becoming a park ranger. I was in the 7th grade, and my school had arranged this big, overnight trip to a camp about 5 hours from home. Looking back, I think it was supposed to be some kind of character-building experience. Kids away from their parents, trying out the outdoors, learning independence. For me, it was nothing like that. I hated every second of it. The bus ride itself was a nightmare. 5 hours of cramped seats, the smell of other kids' snacks filling the air, and the constant chatter that made it impossible to read or sleep. I already knew I wasn't built for this. I wasn't the type who got excited about sleeping in the woods. I liked reading, especially scary books, and I liked the comfort of my room where I could close the door and feel safe. I didn't want to go, but there was no way out. Everyone had to be there. By the time we finally pulled up to the camp, my stomach was sour from motion sickness and nerves. The cabins looked like something out of a bad summer movie. Wooden boxes with slanted roofs, bunks stacked inside, and not much else. They smelled of old pine and dust, and the beds weren't really beds at all. More like rough wooden frames with thin mats that felt like they'd been left out in the rain too many times. I tried to settle in, but the smell, the noise of the other kids, and the fact that we were so far from home already had me on edge. That first evening, the teachers tried to keep us busy with games, campfire songs, and a big dinner in the mess hall. Everyone else seemed to enjoy it, but all I could think about was how long the night was going to be. When bedtime finally came, the cabin felt suffocating. 10 kids packed into one small space, the air hot and stale, kids whispering and laughing long after the lights were out. I laid on that awful cot, the wood digging into my back, the thin blanket barely covering me, and I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the boards outside, every shift of the wind against the cabin walls made me flinch. I just wanted to go home. Around midnight, I gave up on trying to sleep. I had brought along a little book light and one of my Christopher Pike books, thinking maybe reading would help me distract myself. But lying there in the dark, with all the noise and the uncomfortable bed, I couldn't focus. I kept staring at the pages, reading the same line over and over again, not taking in a word. So, I made a decision that now feels insane to me, but at the time it felt like my only option. I got out of bed as quietly as I could, slipped on my shoes, and opened the cabin door. The night air hit me immediately, cool, damp, and filled with the sound of crickets. Compared to the stuffy cabin, it felt like freedom. I sat down right outside the door, using the small step as a seat, and switched on my book light. I angled it so it wouldn't wake anyone if they happened to glance outside, and I started reading. The world outside the cabin was pitch black except for the faint glow of the campfire remnants far off near the mess hall. The trees loomed around us, tall and shadowy, and the stars overhead looked sharper than they did back home. I should have felt at peace, but I didn't. There was this weird weight in the air, like I wasn't supposed to be out there. Every few minutes, I found myself looking up from the book. It wasn't because I heard something specific. It was just this feeling like someone's eyes were on me. My neck prickled, and I'd scan the tree line, half expecting to see another kid sneaking around. But the camp was dead silent, except for insects and the faint rustle of leaves. I told myself I was just being jumpy, that it was because I was reading scary stories in the dark. I don't know how long I sat there before it happened. I was deep in the book when I shifted the light slightly, and the beam hit something ahead of me. Two small, round reflections flared back. Eyes. At first, I thought it was another kid, maybe someone trying to scare me. But the more I looked, the more wrong it seemed. The eyes were low, just above the ground, glowing faintly in the light. I froze. My heart slammed in my chest, so hard I thought it would wake the others. I tilted the light again, and that's when I saw it. The outline of a paw. Big, muscled, with claws that caught the faint glow. My stomach dropped. It wasn't a person. It wasn't a dog. It was a mountain lion. The animal stood just a few yards away, down at the bottom of the cabin steps, its body hidden in the dark except for the glint of its eyes and the pale shape of its paw. It was watching me. Not moving, not making a sound, just waiting. I couldn't breathe. I knew two things instantly. First, if I stayed there frozen, it might spring. Someone would find a blood trail in the morning. Maybe pieces of me dragged into the woods. Second, if I got attacked because I had broken the rules and snuck outside in the middle of the night, my dad would be furious. That thought was almost as strong as the fear of being eaten alive. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The world narrowed to those eyes staring at me. I fumbled behind me, reaching blindly for the door handle. My fingers scraped against the rough wood of the cabin door, then finally found the cold metal knob. I twisted it as slowly as I could, terrified of making a noise. The knob turned, the door gave way, and I fell backward into the cabin, landing hard on the floor. I slammed the door shut with all my weight, heart pounding so loud I thought it would wake everyone. I lay there for what felt like forever, pressed against the wood, waiting for claws to scrape against the other side. But nothing came. The cabin stayed silent. I crawled back into my bed, shaking so hard my teeth chattered. I pulled the blanket over my head like it would protect me, staring into the dark until exhaustion finally dragged me into a restless sleep. When the sun came up, I forced myself out of bed, acting like nothing had happened. One of the girls noticed the cabin door was unlatched and asked about it. I mumbled something about the wind. When I saw my library book lying outside on the step, I grabbed it quickly before anyone noticed, pretending I had just dropped it earlier. Later that morning, one of the teachers mentioned seeing mountain lion tracks near the mess hall. They brushed it off as a reminder for us to stay in groups and not wander at night. But I knew exactly how close I'd come to being part of a story no one wanted to tell at school. That trip changed me. I never told my classmates or teachers what really happened, but I never forgot it. Years later, when I became a park ranger, I carried that night with me like a lesson carved into my bones. The wild doesn't care if it's your first time camping or if you're just a kid with a flashlight and a book. It's out there, watching, waiting for you to slip up. And sometimes you don't even realize how close you came to not making it home. That mountain lion probably didn't attack me because it wasn't hungry, or maybe because my sudden movement startled it. I'll never know. What I do know is that if I hadn't reached that door handle when I did, I might not be here to tell this story. It was the first time I ever camped, and it taught me something most people don't learn until much later. That fear in the woods is often justified, and that sometimes the only thing standing between you and the wild is a thin wooden door. I woke up because my bladder would not let me sleep. The air in the tent was still and warm, the kind of heat that sits on your skin like a second slow-moving skin. My headlamp was off. I could see the pale shapes of the tent walls when I pushed my face toward the fabric, the mosquito net flickering with the shadow of a leaf now and then. The rest of the camp was quiet, breathing slow. I pulled on my shorts, which were folded at the end of my sleeping bag, and slipped my feet into the worn sandals I kept by the zipper. I did not wake anyone. I did not want to wake anyone. Outside, the forest felt like a living thing that had closed its eyes and was listening. The moon was a thin smear through the canopy, not much light. Between the trees, the dark was thick enough to feel like velvet. I held my flashlight, but I kept it off. Light draws attention. Sound draws attention. In the Amazon, in a place that we did not know well, staying small seemed like the smartest choice. I walked a little way from the tents, following a cracked dirt path that led to a small clearing where a fallen log lay like the spine of a sleeping animal. I knew better than to go too far. I knew to keep the camp in sight. Still, needing to pee made the world narrower, focused. I settled myself down on the leaf litter and did not touch the ground. I squatted slightly, which is not graceful, but felt safer, and I let go. The noises of the forest came in layers. Up above, some insect made a regular clicking, a small metronome. Close to the ground, a frog rasped, a wet sound that cut through the rustle of leaves. Farther away, a branch sighed, as if the wind had remembered it late. My own breathing felt loud. I was half turned toward the tents, where a little glow of someone else's headlamp showed through the fabric. I wanted to be quick and invisible. I felt something behind me before I heard it. It was the change of air pressure and the tiny movement in the leaves that the skin senses before the ears catch up. I froze mid-motion. There is a way the humid air moves in the forest when something large passes. The leaves do not clack like they do for small animals. They slide like a heavy hand running across a curtain. The hair on my arms rose. I could have turned and flashed my light. I could have stood, made myself big and loud. I did not. I was foolish and stubborn in that way people get when they want to be brave and yet are very afraid. I kept still, fingers clenched, head turned just enough to use peripheral sight. The thing moved close enough that the smell reached me. Damp earth, old fur, something musky like a scent marking. It was not the sweet, fruity smell of human breath. It was deeper. Fear made my heart beat in a spool at the base of my throat. I told myself the things that trail runners tell each other at the start of a race. Eyes forward, small steps, one foot in front of the other. My body wanted to run back to the tent and collapse into the sleeping bag as if mud or night air could be peeled off like a shirt. Instead, I finished and stood up slowly, trying not to bend my knees too loudly. The footsteps were close now. Not the quick scratch of a monkey, not the trill of a small cat, not the sliding hush of a snake. These steps had weight. They stepped with the slow certainty of something used to moving under low light. They were measured, careful, as if the thing was not rushing but checking, making sure the ground would hold it. I slipped on the sandals and moved, trying to keep my spine glued to the path. The camp was a dark cluster ahead. I noticed the tent stakes at my feet, the way the soil had been turned when we set up the site. Every small detail felt enormous. The voice in my head, the part of me that had worked summers as a ranger, the part that read animal tracks in dirt and called out danger signs without screaming, started listing possibilities. Jaguar, puma, large male tapir, a human, a poacher, an unhinged tourist who wandered off. The list had different dangers, different shapes, but each one had the same predicate. I was alone, and I had my pants lowered. I kept the headlamp off and moved by memory. The clearing shapes became known to me in inches rather than sight. I could make out the stump we'd used as a table during the day, the rope line tied between two trees to dry a shirt, a bright red water bottle half buried in the leaf litter. When I reached the tent, I did not stop. I did not make the mistake of thinking I was safe just because a thin canvas wall separated me from the night. I ducked through the tent door and crawled into my sleeping bag, my hands shaking enough that I fumbled with the zipper. I lay there and tried to slow my breath. The heartbeat in my throat died down to a steady tapping. I stared at the ceiling of the tent and tasted the damp on my tongue. That was when the sound started, a low, prolonged clicking, not like a stick snapping, but like two clacking plates. It was faint, farther away than the clearing. My brain tried to make names for it. Woodpecker? Not likely. The sound was too deep. The more I listened, the more my other senses sharpened into the same vibrating thread. That sound, the rustle that had passed close behind me, the smell that lingered in the back of my throat like a memory. I thought of jaguars. I thought of how silent they can be unless they decide to let the night know they're there. I told myself I was ridiculous. I had worked patrols where people walked into traps, where lost hikers made poor decisions and things turned small into fatal. I told myself I knew how to breathe and how to be small. But after a while, the discomfort became a different animal. It was not only fear. It was a gnawing feeling of something waiting. I had felt that before in the same forest, when a storm was about to tighten and the insects dropped their voices and the birds stopped calling. The waiting meant the world had changed its tone. There is an education that comes with being a ranger. It is not the romanticized kind about heroism or heroics. It is about the arithmetic of risk. You learn what to notice before disaster. You learn the little things that point to something worse. A line of broken branches roof high means a large animal pushed through. A stripe of flattened grass shows a body dragged. A thin ribbon of hair, snagged on a thorn, tells you a person passed through and left a trace. On nights like that one, all those little signs had amplified in my mind until the forest looked like a map of possible dangers. I could have woken the camp. I could have turned on a lamp and scanned the darkness with the beam, searching for eyes that reflected the light. I did not. The reason was not only fear. It was also the knowledge that light draws hunting animals. In the Amazon, prey freeze and predators come. Light can guide them. The idea of calling attention to myself while half-naked struck me as the worst of options. I decided to stay quiet and hold my breath until morning. Morning did not come quickly enough. The night lengthened like taffy. Every rustle was a sentence. Every distant call of a night bird was punctuation. I replayed the steps behind me, the way the ground had held the pressure of each foot. The shape of the steps in my mind was big and slow, a person who was not in a hurry. That made the idea of a human presence worse than an animal sometimes, because humans can be patient in a way animals are not. They can wait for you to be alone and then decide. About 2 hours after I had retreated into the tent, a different sound creased the night. It was the sound of fabric sliding carefully against fabric. The canvas of a tent makes a delicate noise when something brushes it from outside. I did not move. My stomach went cold. I could hear breathing outside, but steady, not panicked. Whoever or whatever was out there made a low, scraping noise, like animal claws or a hand running along the side of the tent. Then, after a long, slow minute, the noise moved away. I stayed still for a long time after that. I thought about rangers who have left markers on trails, about people who take chances as if the world owes them safety. The forest had rules, and it did not care about my plans. If someone wanted to hurt me, the darkness made them very efficient. If it was an animal, the reason it did not attack might be simple. It had smelled human and decided it was not worth the effort. Animals do not kill for sport. They kill for food and for defense. At dawn, the forest seemed to be holding its breath in a new way. The moon faded. The light that came through the trees was green and thin, filtered through 4 layers of leaves, like light through a colored glass. I unzipped the tent slowly, as if sudden movement would wake the thing that had been patrolling the edge of our camp. Outside, the ground was damp with dew, and the leaf litter had been stirred. There were prints. They were not my prints. They were not even the prints I would have expected from the animals I had named in my head. The impressions in the soft mud were large and round, like something with hooves. The spacing between them was long, the stride wide. I followed them with my eyes across the path to where the leaves had peeled back, torn by something with weight. Nearby, a strip of fur had snagged on a low branch. I crouched and reached out a finger to touch it. It was coarse, long, and dark. I felt foolish suddenly, because all the night had been full of names and my mind had chosen the wrong ones. The print was not jaguar. The torn bark. I never really thought my job as a park ranger would pull old memories out of me, but it has in ways I didn't expect. I signed up for the work because I love the outdoors, because I wanted to be the kind of person who spent more time on trails and in forests than in buildings and traffic. What I didn't realize was how much the quiet in the woods can wake things in your head you thought you'd buried. Some of the things I've seen on the job aren't easy to shake, and when you mix them with the things I saw growing up, the result is something that keeps me up nights even now. I think back sometimes to when I was just a kid, maybe 8 or 9 years old, when my mom used to take me along to this reservoir near a national park. She made baskets and things from natural materials, reeds and grasses mostly, and she'd bring me out there with her to help collect. I had a job too, though mine was simpler. She gave me a nickel for every piece of trash I picked up, and to me, that was as good as treasure. I'd walk along the shoreline, holding a paper bag in one hand and a little basket in the other, hunting through rocks and brush for cans, wrappers, anything someone had left behind. It made me feel useful. That one day, though, the day that stuck with me forever, was when I wandered just a little further along the lakeshore. The water was calm, kind of greenish with the reflection of the trees around it. It smelled damp, earthy, the way lakes always smell in summer. I remember spotting what I thought was a glove lying on the rocks near the waterline. It looked pale and wrinkled, like leather that had been soaked. I bent down to pick it up, thinking I'd score another nickel, thinking I'd found something someone had dropped after fishing. It wasn't a glove. When my fingers closed around it, I felt bones inside, not stiff like a branch, but jointed, soft in some places and hard in others. It was a hand, a real human hand, cut off just a few inches above the wrist, skin pale from the water, the nails still intact. The sight and the feel of it hit me at the same time, and I started screaming. My hands locked around it even as I screamed, and I couldn't let go. My whole body shook. My mom had to pry my fingers off one by one, and when it finally dropped back onto the rocks, it made a wet sound I can still hear in my head even now. We didn't have cell phones back then. We had to drive to the nearest gas station to call the police. They came out later, collected it, and explained, or at least tried to explain, that it probably belonged to a teenager who'd fallen off a powerboat and gotten hit by the propeller. They told me, in softer words, that it was an accident. But all I could see when I closed my eyes at night for months afterward was that pale hand, the waterlogged skin, the way it had looked so much like a glove until I touched it. For weeks I didn't talk at all. I carried the weight of it inside me. To this day, I can't stand the look or smell of anything freshly dead. Even a fish pulled too recently out of the water makes my stomach twist. That was the first time death stepped right into my world, and it planted something in me that never left. Years later, in college, I thought I'd gotten past it. I thought being older meant I could handle whatever the woods might throw my way. I went camping alone in southwestern Colorado, trying to get away from the stress of the semester. I hiked into the woods, not too far from the main trails, but enough that I had the silence I wanted. The ground there was thick with pine needles, soft under my boots, and the air was cool even though it was late spring. I was on my way back from a day hike when I heard voices, a group of people talking loudly, laughing, heading my direction on the trail. I didn't feel like running into anyone. I'd gone out there to be alone. So I slipped off into the woods, weaving between the trees until I was far enough from the trail that I couldn't hear them anymore. That was when I stumbled on the thing that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. At first, it just looked like a pile of bones scattered on the ground. I thought maybe some animal had died there, or maybe coyotes had dragged pieces from different kills into one place. But as I got closer, I saw it wasn't random. The bones were arranged, laid out in the shape of a table or altar. Different sizes, different animals, maybe even some I couldn't place. Around it, hanging from branches, were strings with bones and bits of rusted metal tied to them. They clinked softly when the breeze moved through. It was deliberate. Someone had made it. Someone had taken the time to piece it all together. The air felt heavier there. Not supernatural, nothing like that. Just the way it feels when you know you've stepped into a place you shouldn't be. I didn't touch anything. I didn't want to be near it longer than I had to. I turned around and got out of those woods fast, backtracking to the trail, my chest tight the whole time. I hiked straight out to my car, packed up my gear, and left. I didn't even stay the night. That was the last time I ever camped alone. Those two things, the hand on the shoreline when I was a kid and the bone altar in the woods when I was in college, shaped the way I look at the work I do now. People imagine park rangers spend their time guiding tourists and clearing trails, but a lot of it is walking into places where you don't know what you're going to find. Missing hikers, hunters who don't come back, campsites where something feels wrong. You start to realize the woods don't just hold animals and trees. They hold everything people bring into them too, including the things you'd rather never see. Not long after I started this job, I was called out to check an abandoned campsite deep in the backcountry. The report said someone had left their gear behind, tent still standing, but no sign of the camper. When I got there, the place was eerie in its stillness. The tent flap was open, a sleeping bag inside, but the fire pit was cold. On the ground, near the log, someone had stacked rocks in a little pattern. At first I thought nothing of it, but when I looked closer, I realized some of the rocks weren't rocks at all. They were fragments of bone. It wasn't an altar like the one I'd seen in Colorado, but it felt like the same kind of thing, deliberate, arranged, human. I crouched down, heart hammering, staring at that circle of bones and stones, and all I could think about was how some people come into the forest to leave behind more than just footprints. The missing camper was never found. Their family kept calling, asking for updates, but there wasn't anything we could give them. Every time I thought about their campsite, I thought about the bone altar, about the hand on the shore, about how certain images seem to follow me through the years like they're connected, even when I know they aren't. Working as a ranger, you learn fast that the forest doesn't hide its truths out of malice. It hides them because it's big enough to hold everything. Beautiful things, ugly things, and things you can't explain. What unsettles me isn't that the woods contain death. It's that sometimes people bring their own darkness into them and leave it there for someone else to find. I've walked away from places with the taste of iron in my mouth, with my stomach in knots, with the sound of those clinking bone-in metal charms still in my ears. I've logged the reports, followed procedure, told myself I was just doing my job. But sometimes when the forest is quiet and I'm the only one around, I think back to the weight of that severed hand in my small fingers, the way my mom had to peel it from my grip. I think about the bone altar standing in the shadows, waiting for someone to stumble on it. I think about how I keep finding pieces of other people's tragedies, as if I was marked for it from the start. And the truth I can't ignore is this. Those weren't just isolated events. They were warnings, lessons the woods try to teach me early. If you spend enough time out here, you'll find things you wish you hadn't. You'll carry them with you, whether you want to or not. That's what being a ranger has taught me most of all. The forest doesn't just test your endurance or your skill. It tests what you can carry inside your head after the sun goes down and you're left alone with your memories. And for me, no matter how many trails I walk or how many reports I file, I'll never stop carrying that hand and that altar. They're part of me now, as much as the job, as much as the woods themselves. I have spent the better part of my adult life working as a park ranger. And one thing I've learned is that most people think the wilderness is only dangerous because of animals or because of the elements. They picture bears, snakes, storms, or maybe getting lost. Those are real dangers, of course, but they forget that people themselves could be the most frightening thing you can run into out there. I say this because every time I pass through certain parts of Mark Twain National Forest, I remember something that happened when I was still new to the job, something that tied into a memory from my childhood in a way that I will never be able to shake. When I was about 10 years old, my family had gone out there on a camping trip. We didn't stay at one of the proper campgrounds because my stepfather was the type who didn't like rules. He was the kind of man who always thought he knew better, who wanted to drink in peace without a park host telling him when quiet hours started. He had picked a spot that was isolated with no one else around for miles. It was late in the day when we arrived, and by the time the tent was up, it was already getting dark. We had no lantern because my stepfather had forgotten to pack it, and because he was already drunk, there was a lot of yelling and no fire was lit. We were all forced into the tent with nothing but the sound of insects in the dark. I remember lying there in the blackness, hearing my mother breathing beside me, my sister curled up near my feet, and my stepfather snoring heavily already. I was trying to keep still, trying not to draw attention to myself. That's when the sound started. The sound of someone moving through dry leaves. At first, it was faint, like maybe a deer or some small animal, but then it kept getting closer. The sound was slow, deliberate, not like an animal bolting or grazing. It was a shuffle. Footsteps. We all froze. The noise came closer and closer until it felt like it was just outside the tent. Then there was the sharp crack of a twig breaking underfoot, and the next moment my stepfather screamed in a way I had never heard before. My mother shouted for us to go, and suddenly we were all outside, running blindly through the dark. We didn't stop until we reached the car. We piled into our old Honda Civic hatchback and drove away without a second thought, leaving behind the tent, the sleeping bags, everything we had brought with us. That night planted something in me. I hated camping after that, and I hated the forest, but as I got older, I also became fascinated by it. I wanted to understand what had happened out there. Who had been walking near us? Why didn't they have a flashlight? Why didn't they say anything? Those questions stuck with me through my teens and into adulthood, and maybe that's part of why I ended up becoming a park ranger years later. I told myself it was to protect people, to be the one who could offer safety, but deep down, I think I also wanted answers. Years into the job, I got posted to different areas, but when I finally received an assignment that included parts of Mark Twain National Forest, something inside me tightened. I had driven those roads before as a kid, crammed in the back seat of that Civic. The smell of the forest, the way the road curved under the weight of trees pressing in from both sides, it all came rushing back. I thought maybe this was my chance to face it. The forest is vast. You could walk for days and not hit a road. We get everything out here. Hunters, hikers, campers, survivalists, people living illegally off the land, and sometimes people hiding. My job was routine most of the time. Check trail conditions, talk to visitors, make sure campsites were in order, respond to emergencies. But every so often, I'd get calls about things left behind in the woods, abandoned camps, torn tents, coolers full of rotting food, even piles of clothes. I always remembered how my family had left everything behind in a rush. And sometimes when I'd see a collapsed tent with belongings scattered around, I'd feel that same dread crawling back up from my childhood. One late summer evening, I was out patrolling a section not far from where I thought our family might have camped all those years ago. The air was heavy with humidity, the cicadas screaming in the trees. The sun was dropping low, painting everything in orange light. I had parked my truck on the edge of Service Road and was walking along an old trail that hardly anyone used anymore. It was overgrown in places, branches brushing my shoulders, briars grabbing at my pants. About a mile in, I started to notice things. First, a bit of nylon fabric, weathered and torn, caught on a bush. Then a rusted zipper pull lying in the dirt. It didn't look new. The deeper I went, the more I found. A cooking pot half buried under leaves, the skeletal remains of a folding chair, scraps of tarp that had been shredded by the elements. I realized I was standing in what had once been someone's camp. The trees overhead were thick, blocking out most of the evening light, and the ground was covered in a layer of old leaves that muffled my boots. I crouched down and brushed dirt off a plastic container, faded from the sun. I don't know why, but I felt a shiver run through me. Something about the way it was all left behind reminded me exactly of our own frantic escape. As I stood there, the forest grew quieter. The cicadas seemed to dim, the birds hushed. That's when I heard it. The same sound I remembered from when I was 10. Leaves shifting, slow and steady, like a foot dragging across them. The sound of someone walking, but not confidently, not with purpose. Just that same unnerving shuffle. I froze. The memory hit me so hard it was almost like I was that child again, lying in the tent with my family, listening in the dark. I told myself it could be a deer, maybe even a wild hog nosing through the brush. But the steps were too deliberate, spaced just right, one after another. The sound got closer. I couldn't see anyone, but I could feel it, the presence of someone just out of sight, lingering in the trees. My hand instinctively went to my radio, but I didn't key it. I didn't want to announce my position. Not yet. I stayed still, trying to pinpoint the direction. Then, just like before, the sound stopped with the crack of a twig snapping. My chest tightened. The air felt thick, heavy, and I realized I was holding my breath. I finally forced myself to call out, to break the silence, but nothing answered. The footsteps didn't resume. There was only the oppressive weight of the trees and the fading daylight. I backed out slowly, never turning my back on where I thought the sound had come from. When I reached the overgrown trail, I quickened my pace until I broke out into the open near my truck. The forest felt like it was closing behind me, swallowing whatever had been inside. I didn't report anything unusual that night. I just drove home, but my mind wouldn't settle. I kept thinking about how that sound matched the memory from my childhood perfectly. Too perfectly. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't just my imagination. Someone had been there. In the weeks that followed, I started asking around quietly. Some of the older rangers told me about strange encounters in that part of the forest. Camps going missing, people reporting that they heard someone moving near them at night without a light. Sometimes things would vanish from campsites, shoes, food, even backpacks, but never in a way that made sense. No tracks left behind, no signs of forced entry. Just gone. The more I heard, the more it clicked. Maybe that night, when I was a child, we had stumbled into the territory of someone who lived out there, someone who didn't want to be seen, someone who made a life in the shadows of the forest, taking what they needed and staying hidden. A person, not a ghost, not a monster, but something far scarier in my mind. A human being who had chosen to disappear into the woods and survive however they could, no matter who they scared off in the process. That realization sat heavy with me, because when you're a ranger, you're supposed to protect the forest and the people in it. But how do you protect people from something that doesn't break the law in a way you can prove, that doesn't leave enough evidence to confront? How do you explain to a family that the sound they heard outside their tent at night wasn't a bear or a raccoon, but a person watching them in the dark? Even now, years later, whenever I drive that stretch of road in Mark Twain National Forest, I can feel my pulse pick up. I can still see my mother's face in the glow of the Civic's headlights as we pulled away that night, her fear etched deep. I can hear my stepfather scream, raw and panicked. The only time in my life I heard that man sound truly afraid. I know now we weren't imagining it. There was someone out there, and maybe they're still out there today. Maybe they've been walking those woods for decades, unseen, unnoticed, surviving in silence. And maybe that night, when I stood in the ruins of that abandoned camp and heard those same shuffling steps, I was closer to them than I ever wanted to be. That's the truth of the wilderness. You can be as prepared as you want. You can know every trail, every hazard, every species that lives there. But you'll never truly know who else is out there with you. And that's what keeps me up at night. I spent most of my life in the woods, first as a hunter alongside my dad, then as a park ranger when I grew older. I thought I'd seen just about everything nature could throw at me. Storms, injured animals, lost hikers, even dangerous poachers. But there's one memory from a hillside in western Wisconsin that still crawls under my skin. And no matter how many years I spent patrolling forests, I cannot shake it. It happened on private property, not in a national park, but it's the kind of story that belongs to the woods. And it's the reason why, even today, I sometimes stop dead in my tracks at the sound of footsteps that don't belong. It was opening day of deer season. My cousin owned a large stretch of land out in western Wisconsin, a property thick with hills, ravines, and old hardwood stands that had been in his family for generations. It was the kind of place hunters dreamed of, quiet, loaded with deer trails, and just secluded enough that you felt you were stepping back in time. For years, my family had made it a tradition to gather there during deer season. My dad, my cousin, and a group of their old friends had even pitched in money and effort to build a small shack on the land years earlier. Nothing fancy, plywood walls, bunks, a propane stove, a corner stacked with firewood. But it became the heart of deer camp, where we ate, slept, and planned our hunts. Every season, we rotated hunting areas so no one crossed paths with anyone else. It kept things safe and also gave each of us a fair chance at a deer. There was a whiteboard nailed to the inside wall of the shack where we marked which ridge, hollow, or stand we were headed to. That way, if someone came in later, they knew which spots were already taken. On that particular morning, my dad and I set out early on the ATV, the small machine whining against the incline as we climbed one of the bigger hillsides. The woods were still dark, the stars fading as the horizon slowly bled gray. I had a thermos of coffee in my pack and my rifle slung across my chest. The plan was simple: get up high before the sun cracked the horizon, settle into a stand, and wait for deer moving through the bottom. The air was sharp and cold, the kind that bites at your nose and makes your breath roll out like smoke. Dry oak leaves crunched under the tires until my dad cut the engine. We parked the ATV in a little clearing, well off the main trail, and hiked the rest of the way up to the stand. The woods were quiet. No birds, no squirrels, just the faint whisper of a breeze sliding through bare branches. We stayed put until about 9 in the morning. Hours passed with nothing but silence. Not a single deer, not even the flicker of a tail or the snap of a twig. It was unusual. On that hillside, you almost always saw something. The woods felt drained of life, as if even the smallest creatures were staying hidden. By then, the chill had seeped deep in my legs, and I could feel my stomach twisting for food. My dad finally signaled we should head back, grab some coffee, and warm up at the shack before trying again later in the day. We started down the hill, moving carefully. Deer hunting wasn't just about sitting still, it was about listening. Sometimes you heard them long before you saw them. So we stopped every few minutes, letting the woods settle, listening for a shuffle of hooves or the snap of a branch. Each time we stopped, though, all I heard was the soft creak of tree limbs swaying in the wind and the sound of our boots pressing into frozen leaves. There's a trick my dad had taught me years earlier: walk in step with your partner. If two hunters stomp out different rhythms, the sound carries. But if you match steps, it's quieter, more natural, almost like the sound of a single animal moving. So I walked when he walked, placing my boots exactly when his pressed down. That way we blended better into the forest. It was halfway down the hill that I realized something was wrong. At first, it was so subtle I almost ignored it. A faint extra shuffle, slightly behind us. At first, I thought it was just an echo off the ridge or a delayed crack of ice under a branch. But the sound came again, and then again. A step for every step I made. I froze mid-stride. My dad kept walking a few paces before stopping and glancing back. He thought I'd seen a deer, but my eyes weren't on the brush ahead. They were on the slope behind us. The woods looked empty, shaded in that dull blue morning light. But I swore I'd heard something matching my movements, not his. We started again. Step crunch, step crunch. My boot hit, and half a beat later, there was another faint crunch behind us, too soft and too perfectly timed to be random. My stomach nodded. I told myself it could be a deer shadowing us. Sometimes deer circle hunters, trying to figure out what they are. But deer don't mimic footsteps in perfect rhythm. They don't stop when you stop. And that's what happened. The moment I froze, the sound stopped too. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. The sun hadn't cleared the ridge yet, so the hillside behind us lay in a heavy gloom, long shadows pooling between the bare trunks. I didn't see anything. No flick of a tail, no shape moving. Just the still, cold woods. We kept going, but my nerves were on edge. This time, I didn't wait long before glancing back again. That's when I caught movement, something pale ducking behind a tree, maybe 30 yards uphill. My heart thudded in my chest. I stared, straining my eyes, and then it showed itself again. A face. It peeked out from behind the tree trunk, low and narrow, the skin so pale it almost glowed in the dim light. The features were strange, sharp, sunken, eyes dark and wide. For a second, it just looked at me. Then it pulled back, vanishing behind the tree. I froze in the trail. My breath hitched in my throat. When it leaned out again, it didn't pull back. It stayed just staring, motionless. That pale, expressionless face watching from the shadows of the trees. I didn't know what it was. My brain scrambled for explanations. A person? Maybe some drifter or trespasser hiding in the woods. But something about it looked wrong. Too still, too gaunt, too intent. My dad had noticed me stop and finally turned. His eyes followed mine, and for the first time I saw his face shift. He had seen it too. He didn't say much. He didn't have to. His body tensed, and he gestured sharply toward the ATV farther down the trail. I kept my eyes locked on the figure while he started the machine. The sound of the engine shattered the silence, echoing down the ridge. That was when the thing moved again. It stepped out from behind the tree. Its shoulder and arm showed first, then its whole body. Thin, wiry, almost malformed. The limbs were long, the joints awkward like they didn't bend quite right. It didn't charge or run. It just stood there on the slope, angled toward us, staring down with that pale face and those hollow eyes. Every hair on my neck rose. My instinct screamed to get out. My dad gunned the throttle, and I jumped onto the back of the ATV. He tore down the hill, tires spitting leaves and dirt, the machine bucking hard over roots. I clung to the rack, my eyes fixed on the hillside, shrinking behind us. The figure didn't follow. It just stood there, shrinking away as the woods blurred past. Still watching. We made it back to the shack in record time. The place was empty, silent, our fresh marks still on the board where we'd signed out for the ridge. My dad didn't hesitate. He drove straight past the shack, down the long trail toward the truck. The whole way, neither of us looked back. That was years ago, and I still haven't set foot on that hillside again. My dad went back the next day, like nothing had happened. He even got a deer that morning. When I asked about it later, he shrugged it off, said maybe it was just some trespasser messing with us, maybe a lost hunter wandering through. He never wanted to talk about it, but I can't forget it, because trespassers don't move like that. Hunters don't hide in the shadows, mimicking footsteps, then stand staring without a word. Whatever I saw on that hill wasn't just some guy out for a walk. Over the years, I tried to reason it out. Maybe it was a person who lived rough in the woods, someone who'd slipped through cracks, surviving alone in the hills. There are stories like that. Feral people, squatters, hermits who vanish from society and live off the land. That face, though, so pale, so unnatural. I don't know how someone could survive out there looking like that. I patrolled a lot of woods since, but whenever the forest goes too quiet or when I catch a second set of steps behind me, that hillside comes rushing back. The clear ending is this. I don't know exactly what I saw, but I know what I felt. It wasn't the woods playing tricks, and it wasn't my imagination. Something was there, following, watching. And the worst part is not knowing if it's still up on that ridge in Wisconsin, waiting for the next hunter to walk by at dawn. That's why I don't go back. And it's why sometimes, even as a ranger, when I hear that extra crunch of footsteps that don't belong, I grip my rifle tighter and remind myself that some things in the woods will never make sense, no matter how many years you spend out there. I have worked as a ranger long enough to know that most of the fear in the backcountry is not born from what people imagine, but from what they see with their own eyes. The forest has its silence and its shadows, and sometimes even the smallest movement in the brush can cause a person's heart to race. But nothing compares to watching raw power move in front of you so fast that your mind can barely process it. The encounter that has stayed with me the longest happened in Olympic National Park on the west side during the beginning of what was supposed to be a week-long backcountry trip. I was not alone. I had two buddies with me, and the three of us thought we were prepared for whatever came our way. We carried food, gear, maps, and a plan. What we didn't carry was the sense of how fast something much bigger than us could remind us where we actually stood in the food chain. The road we were driving on was one of those narrow Forest Service roads that cuts deep into the green. Tall firs and cedars leaned in from both sides, heavy with moss, their tops forming a canopy that allowed the light to break through in thin streams. It was late in the afternoon, the kind of light that makes the forest floor glow in patches but leaves most of the ground dark, and we had settled into the steady rhythm of tires crunching on gravel. I was behind the wheel, taking it slow, maybe 25 or 30 miles per hour, not rushing because the road wasn't made for speed. My buddies were quiet, each of us in our own thoughts about the trip ahead, the long hikes, the camps, the weight of the packs. The air smelled of damp earth and cedar, that cool and clean smell that only comes from places that never seem to dry out completely. I was relaxed. I remember that part clearly because the shift from calm to shock happened so fast. One moment the road was empty ahead of me, a twisting ribbon of gravel framed by green walls of brush, and the next the brush exploded to my left. It was not a gentle movement, not a deer stepping carefully into view. It was violent, sudden, and loud. Branches cracked, leaves flew, and then the bear burst out onto the road. He came out head first, shoulders hunched, legs pounding, and for a split second he was directly in front of my vehicle. I hit the brakes, my chest tightening, the tires sliding slightly on the gravel. The bear swerved, his body twisting with a speed and power that didn't make sense for something so heavy. And instead of crossing, he turned up the road in front of me. I remember staring at his back, the dark fur rippling as his muscles stretched and contracted, his head low, his ears flattened. I had expected him to veer across and disappear into the brush, but instead he ran straight ahead, and in that moment I saw something I will never forget. He accelerated. I was still rolling forward, maybe 20 miles per hour after braking, and I thought for a moment I might catch up to him, but then he surged ahead. It was like watching a horse break into a gallop. Only this was 300 pounds of bear, claws digging into gravel, back legs pushing off with unbelievable force. The space between us grew so fast it didn't feel real. My foot was still hovering over the gas. My body leaned forward. My mind tried to process that this animal, which looked too heavy to move like that, was pulling away from a car moving faster than most people could ever run. The sound of his paws hitting the ground was sharp and steady, almost like a drumbeat. His shoulders rose and fell, his entire frame flowing forward as if gravity had no hold on him. I glanced at the speedometer. I was just below 30 miles per hour. He was faster. He was not only keeping ahead of me, he was gaining distance. The road curved slightly, the brush close in on both sides, and still he ran, covering ground as if the world belonged to him. He looked back once over his shoulder, and I swear there was something in that look, not human, not mocking, but powerful in its own way. It was the look of an animal completely in control of the situation, reminding me that there was no contest here, no challenge. He was showing me a truth that could not be argued. No human could outrun him, not on open ground, not on any road, not anywhere. Then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he bounded back into the brush on the right. It was like he vanished into a curtain. One moment he was there, all that muscle and speed right in front of me, and the next he was gone, swallowed by the thick wall of green. The branches shook for a few seconds, then the forest settled back into silence, leaving only the sound of my engine and my own pulse hammering in my ears. I slowed the vehicle to a crawl, staring at the spot where he had disappeared, half expecting him to burst back out, but the woods stayed still. The moment stretched, and in that silence, something settled heavy inside me. I had known, in the abstract, that black bears could run fast. I had read the numbers in the manuals, seen the warnings on signs that said, never try to outrun them, that they could reach 30 miles per hour or more. But reading it is one thing. Seeing it happen not 10 yards in front of you, seeing 300 pounds of flesh and bone and claws move like a thoroughbred horse, is another thing entirely. It drives the knowledge into you in a way that can never be forgotten. It is not just information. It is truth, undeniable and final. We kept driving after that, slower than before, none of us speaking, each of us holding on to what we had just witnessed. The road wound deeper into the forest, the light fading as the sun dipped lower, the air growing cooler. I kept glancing at the brush, half expecting more movement, but the woods stayed quiet. Still, the weight of what had happened did not leave me. Every campsite, every trail we walked on that week, every time I set my pack down or listened to the wind move through the trees, the image of that bear stayed with me. It was not just the bear itself, but the speed, the sheer force of life and survival that it carried. It reminded me that out here, in these wild places, we are guests. We may carry food and maps and gear, but we are slower, weaker, and far more fragile. By the end of that week, after long hikes and nights under the stars, the memory of the bear was still sharp. I could picture the moment the brush burst apart, the flash of dark fur, the speed with which he pulled away. It replayed in my head again and again, not in fear, but in respect. It was a kind of lesson. We spend our lives thinking we are fast, strong, capable, but in truth, out here, those titles belong to the animals that were born for it. A bear is not built to be outrun. It does not matter how fast a human thinks they are or how well they train. On that road, in that moment, the bear had proved the truth better than any sign or ranger lecture ever could. When the trip was over and we drove out of the park, the forest slowly giving way to open stretches of highway, I felt the difference between the two worlds clearly. Out there in the wild, power and survival were written into every step, every sound, every shadow. Here on the highway, speed belonged to machines, and people sat behind wheels thinking they were in control. But I knew better. I had seen something stronger, faster, and older than anything we built. I had seen what it meant to belong to the wild. That memory has stayed with me through every year I've worked as a ranger. When I tell people not to run from a bear, when I explain the danger and the futility of it, I am not speaking from theory. I am speaking from that road on the west side of Olympic, from the sight of a black bear pulling away from a car, moving 30 miles per hour, as if it were nothing. I saw the truth in motion, and it was breathtaking, terrifying, and humbling all at once. The forest holds many lessons, but that one is carved the deepest into me. No human can outrun a bear, not ever. The wild makes its own rules, and out there we are only visitors, never in charge, always reminded of our place. I had worked as a park ranger for years, long enough to know that fire season was the one thing that could take a normal day and turn it into a nightmare without much warning. I lived close to two national forests, so every summer I watched the tree lines with suspicion, wondering when the first column of smoke would rise. That year it happened in June, right after a stretch of heat that turned the hills into a tinderbox. When the fire first started, people thought it would be one of those small burns that crews put out in a day or two. But it grew fast. The winds were wrong, the humidity was gone, and by the time July came around, the fire was chewing through ridge after ridge. I remember being on shift when the call went out that the mountain near town had gone up. I had just clocked out and was driving home when I saw the black smoke stretching across the sky. It wasn't a column anymore, it was a wall. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the sun was dropping low, and the mountain across from us was burning like someone had laid a giant orange blanket over the trees. My dad had gotten home from work too, and I told him flat out we should start getting ready to evacuate. He brushed it off at first, said the crews would hold the line. But then the wind shifted, and we could see flames licking down the ridges toward the lower slopes. The whole side of the mountain glowed like it had been split open. Nobody could argue with that sight. The first thing I did was grab our legal documents. It's strange how calm you can be when you start with something specific. Birth certificates, medical records, insurance papers. I put them all into a folder and stacked it on the counter. That task alone took half an hour, flipping through drawers and files, making sure nothing important got left behind. When I finished, I found my younger sister sitting on her bed surrounded by stuffed animals, tears running down her face. She was only 8, too young to understand how much couldn't come with us. She wanted to bring them all. I had to kneel down, hold her shoulders, and tell her we only had space for a few. It broke me, watching her try to decide which pieces of her childhood would survive. She clung to that little elephant she'd gotten from the ambulance years earlier, the one she had never let go of when she was scared. She picked a couple of others, but she kept looking back at the pile she had to leave behind. I ended up doing most of the packing for her because she was frozen in sadness. My other sister was different. She was calm in a way that felt almost unnatural. She grabbed a small bag, put her clothes and a couple things she cared about inside, and that was it. No panic, no tears, just a quiet acceptance that we might lose the house. My parents told me to pack my own stuff next. I tried to be practical, but panic pushed me towards strange choices. I shoved a few valuable things in, my purse collection, some art I had made, and then I broke down. The top floor of the house was hot, the air was thick, and I started overheating until I had to sit down on the floor just to keep from passing out. Then came the animals. At that time, we had 12 hens, 2 guinea pigs, and 2 dogs. We packed food, bedding, harnesses, hay, water bottles, and everything we could think of. I carried the guinea pigs to their travel cage and set them by the door so they would be ready. My dad borrowed a trailer from his boss to help load the bigger things. I wasn't allowed to move things outside because of my asthma. The smoke would have been too much. I stayed inside and worked on the smaller tasks, checking and rechecking that we had food and water for every animal. By then, the fire had made it halfway down the mountain. The heat outside was unnatural, like opening an oven door that never shut. The sun had gone down, but the night sky was lit orange. Shadows jumped across the walls from the glow outside, and every creak of the house felt like a warning. We worked until our bodies were shaking with exhaustion. By the time everything was moved to the trailer and ready to go, the fire had reached the base of the mountain on one side. It was night, but it didn't look like night. The flames painted everything in harsh light. I begged my parents to leave, but they held on, waiting for more news, waiting for some sign it was safe enough to stay or dangerous enough to force us out. I don't know how I fell asleep that night, but I did. My sisters and I stretched out on the floor next to the front door, bags stacked nearby, animals crated and ready. I lay on my back and watched the orange glow bleed through the windows. It was mesmerizing. The mountain was alive, a giant torch chewing through trees and spitting them into the sky. It was horrible, yes, but it was also beautiful in a way I hate to admit. The purple smoke twisted with the moonlight until it looked like a painting. I couldn't look away. At some point, I drifted into a trance and then into sleep. I woke up over and over again, thinking I was dreaming as I watched the flames crawl closer. But each time, they looked a little different, smaller in some places, flickering lower. I didn't understand why until morning. Around 6, I sat up and realized the 1,000-foot flames were gone. The mountain was still burning, but the fury of the night before had been beaten back. I ran to wake my family. Everyone crowded near the windows, stunned. Some of us cried from relief. The crews had worked through the night, carving a fire line and keeping it from sweeping down into our neighborhood. Several local fire departments had joined forces, and that wall of men and machines had saved us. Later, I found out one firefighter had been badly burned. He survived, but he spent weeks in the hospital and would spend months in therapy to recover. A helicopter carrying water had crashed nearby as well, but miraculously nobody died. The fire burned 35,000 acres before it was finally controlled. When it was over, the scars were everywhere. One house was gone, a few government buildings had burned down, and whole sections of forest were nothing but black stumps and ash. The sanctuary where I worked lost animals to the heat. Rex, our fox, died of a heart attack in the smoke. My own bird, Thunder, passed from an accident during that time, and Lady, the little dog we had loved so much, was gone too. Each loss stacked on the other until it felt like the fire had stolen more than just trees. We were lucky, though. We had packed. We had time. We had the chance to save most of what mattered. I still see the fire in my head, the way the mountain looked like it was made of light and destruction. But I also remember the morning after, when we stood together in the early sun, exhausted but alive, staring at a mountain still smoldering but no longer charging toward us. That line of defense the crews built was the only reason I am here to write this. Even now, years later, when June comes and the air turns dry, I find myself watching the ridges. I check the wind, I check the sky, and I remember the night I lay by the front door with my sisters while the world burned around us. I remember the feeling of helplessness, of packing memories into bags and cages, of knowing fire could take everything and leave nothing. I remember the haunting beauty of the flames against the night sky and the relief of morning light when I realized we had been spared. That summer changed the way I looked at my job, my home, and my life. Fire isn't just a natural force. It's something that gets inside your mind, reshapes the way you see safety and risk. It showed me how thin the line really is between normal life and disaster. And it left me with a lesson I carry every day. You never wait until it's too late to be ready, because sometimes the only thing standing between survival and loss is the choice to prepare before the flames arrive. I never thought I'd carry certain memories around in the back of my mind for years. But the longer I worked as a ranger and field biologist, the more I learned that some things don't leave you. I was stationed in Pennsylvania at the time, working heavily with wetlands, and my job often carried me into places where most people would never bother going. A lot of the land I moved through had a layered history. Old farms that had been abandoned, old mining scars, or land that had once been private but had long since rolled over into state ownership. That history never really disappears. You see it in the old stone walls deep in the trees, in the rusted cars half buried under leaves, in the way streams cut around the foundations of homes no one even remembered. I was mapping and flagging wetland boundaries in a stretch of public land that had been getting some restoration work done. The goal was to track the seep and spring system at the base of a mountain where an old reservoir had been carved out decades ago for farming. That was my routine work, walking up from water, following its sources, flagging, recording, drawing out the hydrology so that restoration project could move forward in the right way. It was the kind of work that could put you in the middle of nowhere without seeing another person for hours, sometimes the entire day. That morning had been damp, the air heavy with that sticky weight that makes your shirt cling to your back before you've even really started moving. It had rained lightly the night before, and every branch I brushed against left streaks of water down my arms. I carried the basics with me: flagging tape, GPS unit, my field notebook, shovel, and a pack with lunch, water, and first aid. My boots were already wet within the first half hour as I moved through spongy ground, cattails tugging at my legs, frogs leaping out ahead of me as if they knew the routine. I worked my way up the reservoir's feeder streams. They weren't streams in the way people think of them, wide and moving, but instead little trickles that came seeping straight out of the ground. Some only appeared as wet patches until you knelt down and felt that cold trickle bleeding out of the soil. That's what I was flagging, slowly, carefully bending over to tie tape on alder branches or short shrubs as I moved along. The slope was gradual at first, then began to rise more sharply as I followed one seep up into the base of the ridge. The woods there felt heavier, thicker. Hemlocks leaned in, their branches dark and low, and the ground was littered with decades of needles that muffled my steps. I wasn't thinking about anything more than my work, measuring out distances, tracing contours, trying to find where one source met another. That was always the rhythm. Move, stop, flag, record, move again. I didn't even notice how far I had gone until I came over a low rise and the trees opened just enough to show something that didn't belong. At first it was just color, metal flashing through the green, something dull and rusted under the canopy. I walked closer, thinking maybe it was an old piece of farm equipment left to rot. Not unusual. What I found was stranger. The area looked like a camp, though it hadn't been used recently. Old furniture, rusted almost to the frame, sat half buried in leaves. A refrigerator with its door hanging open leaned against a tree. Empty cans were scattered around. Tuna, chewing tobacco, cheap beer, mostly Natty Light. They were weathered but not ancient. I could imagine someone dragging all of it here decades ago, then someone else using it more recently, maybe squatters or hunters. Either way, it wasn't mine to touch, so I noted it mentally and started to move past. I had just turned, shifting my pack higher on my shoulder when movement caught me off guard. A German shepherd stepped into the clearing, silent at first, then standing there squarely, watching me. The dog was large, well-fed, coat brushed clean in a way that told me it wasn't living wild. My first thought wasn't good. It was that I might be dealing with someone else out here, and that someone might not want me here. The shovel handle in my hand suddenly felt more like a weapon than a tool. The dog didn't growl. It didn't bare its teeth. It just stood, ears perked, eyes fixed. My pulse had picked up hard. I kept my weight shifted, ready to use the shovel if I had to. The dog moved its head slightly, then turned as if expecting me to follow. That small gesture gave me pause. I didn't know if I should move, if this was some trap, or if the animal was in trouble. Something in me leaned toward the thought that it belonged to someone nearby. Maybe someone needed help. Against my better judgment, I followed. The dog led me past the rustic camp, up a slope I hadn't planned to climb. It moved with confidence, always glancing back as if checking to see that I was still there. The higher we went, the more the woods seemed to close in. The light dimmed, the air smelled heavier. I began to feel that gnawing unease that I tried to shake off as just nerves. When I stepped into the clearing at the top, my stomach sank. The first thing I saw were dolls. There were 20, maybe 30 of them, old and ratty, half buried in the dirt with their heads sticking up, arms raised straight into the air. Their plastic faces were cracked and gray, some missing eyes, some with faded hair stiffened with dirt. The way they were planted gave the whole clearing a feeling that I can still barely describe. It wasn't decoration. It wasn't play. It was arranged. Someone had put them here with intention. And then, worse than the dolls, I saw the deer. A carcass hung from a tree at the center of the clearing, looped up with rope so that its body dangled, skin peeling back from the ribs. It hadn't been cleaned in any proper hunting way. It looked more like it had been left to rot, strung up for reasons that weren't food. The smell hit me a second later, sweet and sickly, the unmistakable stench of decay. I froze. Every instinct in me screamed to get out. This wasn't something I wanted to be involved in. This wasn't something I wanted to stumble further into. The dog stood at the edge of the clearing, looking at me, then back at the hanging deer, then back at me. I shook my head. I wasn't following any further. Without a word, without even letting myself think, I turned. I walked back the way I had come, down past the camp, back down the hill, moving as calmly and quietly as I could manage. My heart pounded the whole way. My ears strained for sound. Every crack of a branch behind me made me want to break into a run, but I forced myself to keep steady, to not look like prey. When I finally reached the reservoir again, the relief that washed over me was sharp and almost dizzying. I didn't stop moving until I was back at the truck, pack off, shovel stowed, hands gripping the steering wheel hard enough to whiten my knuckles. I sat there for a long time before turning the key, before letting myself breathe like normal again. I was getting married in a month. That thought hit me harder than anything else in that moment. I wasn't about to risk my life investigating something that looked too much like ritual, or worse, some twisted human thing I didn't understand. Whatever had gone on up, there wasn't my business to solve. My job was wetlands. I marked down my work, reported what I needed to for restoration, and when that job was done, I never went back. Even now, years later, when I think about that hillside, my chest tightens. I don't know who put those dolls there or why that deer was left strung up like that. I don't want to know. Some places are better left to silence. Some things you walk away from because the risk of knowing is greater than the comfort of answers. That stretch of woods still exists, but not for me. My work there ended that day, and I never set foot on that ridge again. That's how the memory sits. Not like a story I tell freely, but like a photograph burned too deep in the mind. I went in as a biologist, walked out shaken in a way that science doesn't account for. I survived because I trusted myself to leave when I did. And sometimes that's the only decision that matters. I have spent enough nights in the backcountry to know that the human mind can be more dangerous than anything else out there. People talk about bears, mountain lions, snakes, storms, and cliffs, but in truth, it's the dark and the silence that wear you down most. I became a ranger because I thought I could handle it. I grew up in the woods, learned to hike before I could really read, and the quiet never scared me. But over the years, I realized that sometimes it isn't what's in front of you that unsettles you most. It's what comes into your head when you least expect it. One night, in Sequoia, changed the way I thought about that forever. I had been stationed there for a season, doing backcountry patrols, trail checks, and camper contacts. The park is big and wild in a way that swallows you whole if you don't respect it. The giant trees, the steep ridges, the granite walls, everything about it makes you feel small. I'd seen storms tear through canyons like they were nothing, and I'd seen the forest swallow sound so completely that you feel like you're underwater. It's beautiful, but it has a weight to it too, like you're not just walking through a landscape, but through something alive that's been there forever. That evening I was off shift and camping in the bed of my truck. I'd parked at a turnout near a quiet grove away from the main campground. It wasn't an official spot, but rangers sometimes set up in places like that when we're just passing through. I had my sleeping bag laid out, my pack tucked against the cab, and a thermos of coffee still half full from earlier. The air was crisp, cooler than down in the valleys, and the stars were starting to come out. The longer I worked in the park, the more I found myself looking up at night. Out here you can see the Milky Way stretch across the sky, like someone spilled white paint on black glass. Before turning in, I decided to climb a big boulder not far from my truck. I wanted a better view of the sky. I scrambled up, using my hands for balance, the granite rough and cool under my palms. At the top I sat down and just let myself breathe. From up there, the trees looked endless, their dark crowns blending into one another. The air smelled like pine needles and dust. That's when I noticed the rock markings. They weren't carvings in the sense of pictures or words, but depressions worn into the granite. Mortar bowls, shallow and rounded, where native tribes had once ground seeds, nuts, and roots. Some were deep enough to hold water. Around them were thinner grooves, long and straight, where tools had been sharpened. I ran my hand across them, feeling the smoothness polished over centuries. For a moment, I thought about how many lives had passed through here before mine. People who had stood on this very rock, grinding acorns and shaping arrowheads while looking out at the same stars. It gave me a strange feeling when I can't really put it in neat words. Not fear exactly, but a weight, a heaviness. Like I wasn't the first to stand there and feel something stirring in the silence. I sat with it for a while, then climbed down and got into my sleeping bag in the truck bed. The night was quiet except for crickets and the faint rush of wind through the trees. At some point, I drifted off. I thought I woke up again, but everything was wrong. Instead of being in the truck, I was lying on the ground in my sleeping bag. It wasn't near the turnout, and there was no sign of my vehicle. I was in the middle of the forest, the trees stretching tall and close around me, their trunks catching faint starlight. I couldn't move right away. My body felt pinned by the weight of sleep, like when you wake up too fast and your muscles haven't caught up yet. I turned my head, and that's when I saw them. To my left, the ground was moving. At first I thought it was shadows, but then I realized it was alive. A mass of black, writhing bodies sliding over one another in a column. Hundreds of them, eel-like and slick, twisting as they pushed forward. The dirt shifted under them, dry pine needles snapping as they slid. The sound was faint but constant, a low hiss of scales rubbing earth. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to understand what I was looking at. I could make out shapes in the mass, thin, elongated bodies, darker than the ground, coiling over each other. They didn't look like fish. They looked like snakes. One separated from the rest and slid toward me. It was thicker, patterned, and I recognized it instantly, a rattlesnake. Its body tensed, the rattle faintly shaking in the stillness. I felt my chest tighten as it lifted its head. Then it struck. I felt the thud of its head hitting my sleeping bag, the sharp pressure just missing my leg. I kicked, the fabric of the bag wrapping tight around me, my heels digging at the ground. The snake recoiled, then lunged again, striking against the barrier of cloth. My heart hammered in my chest as I flailed, trying to shove myself backward, but my body felt trapped in a cocoon of fabric. Finally, the snake turned and slithered back toward the column. I watched as it slid into the mass, disappearing among the twisting bodies. I followed their movement with my eyes, trying to understand where they were going. That's when I saw what they were crawling into. Just a few feet from where my head rested was the body of a horse. It was huge, its coat black and glossy, its stomach slit open wide. The cut was raw, jagged, spilling dark shapes into the dirt. The snakes were pouring into the cavity, sliding through the wound and disappearing inside. The air smelled sour like blood and rot, so strong it clawed the back of my throat. I realized with a sick jolt that my head was resting on the animal's side, just inches from the gash. My pillow was its ribcage. I could feel the faint give of its flesh beneath my skull. Not firm like muscle, but collapsing, soft and heavy with decay. Something in me snapped then. I kicked out hard, trying to tear myself free from the bag, my arms clawing at the zipper. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, only thrash against the stifling fabric. My chest heaved until my eyes blurred, and then I woke up for real. I was standing upright, gasping in the bed of my truck. My sleeping bag was half unzipped, twisted around my legs. My heart was still pounding, my mouth dry, my shirt sticking to my back with sweat. I looked around, the turnout, the boulder, the trees. Everything was normal. No snakes, no horse, just the whisper of wind in the branches and the glow of stars above. But I couldn't shake it. Even after I calmed my breathing and convinced myself it was only a dream, I felt something lingering. I sat on the edge of the truck bed for what felt like hours, staring at the outline of the boulder. I thought of the mortar bowls, the grooves worn into the rock by hands that had lived and died long before I was born. I thought of how I'd touched them, how I had sat there looking at the stars, and how that dream had followed. In the morning, I packed up and left. I didn't linger like I usually did. The air smelled the same as always, the forest looked the same, but I felt different, like I had brushed against something I shouldn't have. I've had plenty of bad dreams in my life, but never one like that. Not before, not since. It wasn't just the images that stayed with me, but the way it felt, real, heavy, as if I had truly been lying there in the dirt with those snakes and that horse. Even now, years later, I can still feel the weight of that dream pressing down when I think about it. I'm not a superstitious man. I don't believe in curses or spirits watching from the trees. But I know that the human mind remembers things it doesn't fully understand, and it carries them forward. Sometimes I think that dream was my mind way of telling me something about that place, about how old it is, about how much has happened on that land that I'll never know. Maybe it was just my brain stitching together the carvings on the boulder, the animals I'd seen in the park, the unease of being alone at night. Or maybe it was something deeper, some memory left behind in the rock, picked up by my own thoughts when I laid my hands on it. Either way, it changed me. I still work as a ranger. I still sleep out under the stars. But I don't climb up on boulders with carvings anymore. I don't go looking for the oldest places in the forest to spend the night. I let them be, because I learned that night that not everything in the park is meant for me. Some things belong to the land and the people who came before, and the rest of us are only passing through. I started working as a ranger because I thought I knew the woods. I grew up camping with my family in parks all across the state, spending weeks out there every summer. We weren't campground people. My parents liked to take us down old logging roads, dragging our gear into forgotten corners of the forest where nobody else went. It gave us a sense that we owned a little slice of wild land, if only for a few nights. I loved the quiet, the sound of frogs and crickets, the thick trees cutting out the world. It all felt safe then, like a secret we were lucky to have. But when I became a ranger, I learned that the woods don't belong to anyone. And when people take them for themselves, strange things happen. The first time I felt that in my bones was years before I ever wore the uniform. I was 13. My family had driven a couple hours south to one of our usual parks. My dad had found a spot between two big ponds by wandering down an overgrown logging road that barely counted as a road anymore. It started out like gravel, then thinned to weeds and ruts, and then just a path through waist-high grass. Our car couldn't handle it, so we parked at the clearer stretch and hauled our coolers, tarps, and tent on foot. It was worth it. The hill between the ponds was flat and dry, with just enough trees to hang tarps but open sky above for stargazing. The ponds themselves were alive with frogs, so many of them that the sound of their croaking rolled over us like constant static. It was almost too loud at first, but once the sun went down it became part of the background, a blanket of noise that made the place feel wild. We settled in, cooked, and fell asleep without issue. Then, sometime after midnight, the frogs went silent. It was the suddenness of it that woke me. One moment the night was 1,000 voices deep, the next it was empty. I sat up in my sleeping bag, listening, my skin prickling. Silence in the woods is never really silent. You expect wind, bugs, a bird shifting on a branch. This was different, still complete and waiting. Then I heard the rumble of engines. 2 trucks came crawling down that same overgrown road we had walked in on. They were massive, black, boxy trucks that looked too heavy for the brush, but somehow kept moving steady. No headlights, just the sound of tires crunching weeds and the grind of engines. They rolled up close to the ponds and stopped. I expected voices, flashlights, something, but when the doors opened, men spilled out, far more men than should have fit inside. It was like each truck had been jammed full of bodies, shoulder to shoulder. They didn't acknowledge us at all, though our camp was right there, visible by the low glow of our fire. They moved in silence, straight to the ponds. Each man carried a net. They walked into the black water without hesitation, spreading out, dragging the nets through the shallows. I could hear the faint splash of frogs trying to escape, the slap of the nets being lifted, and then the soft sound of buckets being filled. No talking, no lights, just shape after shape dipping into the water, scooping life out, dumping it in containers. It went on for more than an hour. My family had stirred awake too. We all sat frozen, watching, not daring to move or speak. I kept expecting someone to look our way, but they never did. They just kept fishing frogs out of the water, endless and methodical. And then just like that, they were done. They hauled their buckets into the trucks, climbed back in, and rolled away. No word, no glance, no light. Engines faded into the night. The silence afterward was worse than their arrival. The ponds, once deafening, were empty. The croaking never returned. We found only one injured frog limping at the edge in the morning. We set it back in the water, but it didn't matter. The pond stayed quiet the rest of our trip. At 13, I didn't understand it. I figured they were eating the frogs, maybe selling them, but it felt wrong. The numbers, the secrecy, the silence. They didn't act like hunters. They acted like workers finishing a job. That memory stuck with me. The next year, in the same park but a different site, we had a run-in with a bear. That one was simple. Someone left marshmallows in the cooler, lid cracked open. We woke up to see a black bear dragging the cooler away. He squashed the beer cans and stole the sweets. We got the cooler back, but that was it. Harmless in the grand scheme. Just nature being nature. But the frog night haunted me. And years later, as a ranger, I realized I had stepped into a world where things like that weren't accidents. The park where I work now isn't the same one I camped in as a kid, but it has the same mix of overgrown roads, hidden ponds, and forgotten corners. My job is supposed to be about protecting visitors and the environment, but most days it's about stumbling across things that don't make sense. Old campsites filled with trash and needles. Burn pits where someone tried to get rid of things they shouldn't have had in the first place. Tents left behind with evidence of people staying long after they should have. And sometimes, operations hidden deep in the trees that no one is supposed to know about. The scariest part isn't the wild animals, the storms, or getting lost. It's the people who move through the forest like the men with the nets, quiet, focused, and ignoring anyone in their way. A few years back, I was assigned to patrol one of the lesser-used sections of the park. There was an old trail that split into a system of logging roads no longer maintained. I'd heard from hikers about strange tire tracks back there. Sometimes they saw fresh ruts in the mud, even though no vehicles were allowed. Other times they heard engines late at night. I followed the tracks one evening. They wound deeper than any visitor should have been able to go, twisting through brush, climbing over rocks. The prints were wide, heavy, made by something with thick tires. Eventually they led me to a clearing by a swampy stretch of water. The place was scarred with activity. Deep grooves in the mud, footprints everywhere, and piles of burlap sacks stacked and tied. They were damp and reeked of rot. I opened one. Inside were dozens of dead frogs, bloated and stiff, packed together. Some had been gutted. Others were whole. Flies swarmed over them. It was like stepping back into my childhood, except worse. Back then, they'd taken the frogs alive. Here they were slaughtered. I don't know if it was the same group, but it felt connected. Like maybe this wasn't random at all, but a business. Something that had been going on for years. Frogs aren't a common dish around here, but in certain markets, they're worth money. Restaurants, exotic food suppliers, even labs. And who's going to notice if frogs vanish from a pond deep in the woods? I reported what I found. By the time another ranger came with me the next morning, the sacks were gone. The tracks were fresh again, as if someone had worked through the night to clean the site. All that remained were scraps of burlap and a few bones left in the mud. That was the first time I felt the same fear I had as a kid sitting by the ponds watching silent men work. The fear that the forest holds not just animals and storms, but organized, practiced people who know exactly what they're doing and don't care if anyone sees. The more years I put in, the more pieces I saw. It wasn't just frogs. Sometimes it was plants ripped up by the root. Sometimes turtles. Sometimes bags of fish drying out in the sun, collected in bulk. Always taken at night, always cleaned up fast. And then there were the camps I stumbled across that weren't camps at all, but staging grounds. Rows of containers, nets, tools, all hidden under tarps. When I approached, they'd be abandoned. No sign of who had been there, just the evidence of their work. Once, walking back along a ridge at dusk, I heard engines again. I froze, remembering that night when I was 13. Below me, on the far side of a pond, 2 trucks rolled slowly into position. Men piled out. No lights, no talking. Straight to the water. Nets dragged, buckets filled. It was exactly the same scene burned into my memory, only now I was older, standing in uniform, realizing it had never stopped. I didn't make a sound. I backed away, climbed the ridge, and hiked the long way out. When I returned with others, the site was empty. Over time, I learned the rule of survival. You don't confront groups like that alone. Not in the woods. Not where no one can hear you. And the truth is, most visitors never know. Families keep coming, camping, roasting marshmallows, telling their kids not to leave food out for bears. They never hear the engines. They never see the nets. They never know that the ponds they fall asleep beside might be emptied overnight. The woods keep their secrets, and the people who use them that way count on it. I still think about that first trip with my family. The way the frogs filled the air with sound until the night they vanished. The way silence replaced them, heavy and unnatural. I remember the single survivor we found the next morning, its leg twisted, struggling to kick. We placed it back in the water, but the pond never came alive again during our stay. That silence was permanent. And that's what I've come to understand about this job, about the forest itself. It doesn't take a ghost to make a place unsettling. All it takes is people who treat the land like it's theirs to strip clean. The bear that stole our marshmallows was nothing. That was nature being honest, hungry, curious, unashamed. What scares me are the people who move like shadows. I still see that stretch of road in my head sometimes, the black ribbon cutting through the pines, and the long white stripe of the highway shoulder where I stopped my truck. It was 4 years ago, the late light of a clear day leaning to gold. I remember the smell of cold dust and resin from the trees, the small warm pocket of my truck where I had left the engine humming while I stepped away for a moment. I remember doing what anyone does when they have to. I parked on the shoulder, opened the door, walked 10, 15 feet away into the scrub to pee, and tried to keep one ear on the road in case a car came. I had been working in Yosemite for years by then. I had done long patrols, late night calls, search and rescues that left me raw and steady at the same time. I thought I knew the sounds of the mountains. I thought I could tell a coyote's yip from a fox, a raven's croak from a hawk. I had been mistaken before. Nature is always full of surprises. But nothing I had ever heard matched what happened that evening. I had barely moved my feet back to the truck when everything changed. The birds stopped. Not the usual quieting that happens at dusk. Not the soft thinning of song as light goes down. The sound cut off at once, like someone had reached across the valley and shut a great invisible door. The high, scattered chatter of small birds, wrens, sparrows, chickadees, dropped into silence. It made the air feel strange and thin, as if the world had drawn in its breath and held it. Standing there, 30 feet from my truck, the first thought that ran through my head was practical and animal. Bear nearby. In the Sierras, when birds go quiet, something big is often passing through. My hand went to the side of my pants where I kept my pepper spray when I drove alone. I turned to walk back to the truck, keeping my steps measured and my eyes sweeping the darkening tree line. The shoulder under my boots hummed with the last heat of the day. Then the sound came. It hit like a physical thing. It was not a distant call. It was close enough that the light in my skull seemed to shake. It was high, wavering, and then it folded into a low, long wail, like someone had blended a human scream and an old air raid siren and put under a mountain. The first note rose sharp and thin, like a whistle tuned to a bone. Then the pitch slid and thickened into a long, vibrating groan that rolled on and on. It was loud enough to make my ears ring for a second. It carried with it a strange quality that human voices don't have and engines don't either. It was animal and mechanical at once, like a living thing that had swallowed a horn. My shoulder tightened. I ran. Not a careful ranger pace run with eyes searching, but the blind, raw run you use when your body decides faster than your head. I tore back to the truck, slid into the seat, slammed the door. My hands fumbled with the keys. I wanted the engine to start so badly I could hardly breathe. The truck coughed, turned over, and came alive under my palms. I started it. I put in gear. Right before I drove away, maybe 3 seconds later, the sound landed again. This time closer, louder, as if whatever had made it had moved to the shoulder behind me, where the echo had folded differently. It climbed and rose and held for a long, long moment. In that second, I felt something old and deep, fear that had nothing to do with bears or laws or ranger manuals. It was the kind of fear that sits at the base of the spine and says, "Run now." I drove. I kept one hand on the wheel and my eyes on the side mirror. The truck took the curve and swallowed the valley's light. When I thought I had enough distance, I slowed, tried to make sense of what had happened. For hours after, my head replayed the sound, that strange mix of scream and siren. I tell this part fast because the story wants you to get to the sound. But there is more to it. When you work parks, you carry a different kind of life in you. You file noises into files you can open quickly. Footsteps, broken branches, the hollow rattle of a distant rockfall. You learn to map places with your ears. After that night, I did what I always do. I kept mental notes, I logged the time and place, and the next day, I drove the stretch again in daylight. I did not tell many people at first. A ranger saying something unexplained is a small thing, but a ranger who is rattled gets attention. I wanted facts before I caused alarm. In daylight, the road looked ordinary. There were pines and manzanita, the scrub of the Sierra, a pullout with a faded sign, a few sets of boot prints in the dirt, some tire marks where someone had turned around. No obvious sign of struggle. I walked where I had stopped, looking for tracks, scat, broken branches, anything that might explain why the birds had gone quiet and why something had made such a sound. I found elk sign. It was not surprising to find elk tracks in that region. Roosevelt elk and other large cervids move through the Sierra, especially in places that edge meadow and timber. The tracks were fresh. In the dirt and pine litter, I could see the crisp crescent of hooves, the drag marks where dew-heavy grass had been flattened. There was also hair caught on a low branch, coarse and dark. Closer to the shoulder, I found a scrape on a fallen pine limb, a place where an adult animal had rubbed its head. That kind of sign points to large animals and to their movements through the brush. Elk can make strange sounds. Males bugle, hi, loud calls, especially during rut. A bull's bugle can be piercing and can carry across ridges. I have heard elk bugle while standing at a ridge and felt a cold prickle at the back of my neck. But the noise I heard that night did not match the exact pattern of a normal bugle. It had a collapsing, mechanical quality. It had an edge of human-like terror inside it. Later, after I listened to many recordings, I could hear similarities. Elk calls can be weird, stretched, shrill, and when echoes from rock faces and valleys fold into them, they can become otherworldly. Still, there was more to the sound than an elk call alone. In the days after, I drove that road again and again. I spoke with locals, the older guards, the biologists, and I asked them quietly about what they had heard over their years. Some mentioned elk bugles and coyote choruses, the organ-like vocalizations of foxes, the theatrical screams of fisher during mating. One old conservationist said he'd heard a sound once, long ago, that gave him the same shiver. He had chalked it up to a pair of elk and the way the canyon twisted the noise. Another said it reminded him of a car alarm blown through a canyon, but that explanation felt thin to me. I listened to recordings. I listened to night vision videos, to audio files from cameras set on game trails. I learned all over again how many animals make piercing noises that carry. A fisher's squeal can be blood-curdling. A bobcat's wail can be shockingly human. Mountain lions can give spine-tingling screams that are often mistaken for people in distress. Elk bugling can rise and fall and then drop into low groans. Coyotes in chorus can sound like a small village crying at once. The more I learned, the more my certainty spread into careful, professional doubt. The natural world is stranger than we assume. But I also went back out at night. Once 2 weeks after the incident, I parked at the same pullout around the same hour. I had a thermal scope and a dash camera running. I wore the simpler kit: warm jacket, headlamp off unless I needed it. The 3 big laws of being a ranger in your bones: be seen, be loud enough, be reasonable. I sat and I watched the dark edge of the trees. The world at that hour is a place of small movements, of slow inhalations and cold breath. My headlight beam picked up moths, a fox slinking at the far tree line, the glow of a distant house along a ridge like a star. At about the time I had heard the sound before, something moved out by the road. I heard small wings, a hush of wings and brush. Then, half a minute later, across the basin, a sound came, soft at first, then rising, a single long, high note. It climbed and trembled, and then it dropped into a lower, throbbing continuation. The hair rose on my arms. It was similar to the thing that had grabbed me months earlier, but from a distance it was less perfect, less like a siren, and more like a living thing singing through echo. I trained the thermal on the place where the sound originated and watched a shape loom, a dark, high mound that moved. It was an elk, a bull. My camera caught him in profile, his neck swollen for the call, his head tipped back in a posture of rut. He was alone in a sweep of brush, and when he screamed again, the sound rolled through the valley like something having a private crisis. The second call, closer, was the one that made me flinch. It rose like a human shout, and then it folded into the low moan of the chest. Afterward, the bull walked off, and the bird started to sing again, hesitant at first, then with the small, cheap bravery of those who have checked the road and found it safe. From that night onward, I carried that image: a big bull elk, alone, calling in mating season, his voice thrown against rock faces and across ridged hollows, and then reflected in echoes that turned his bugle into a strange, mechanical cry. Elk are big animals with big throats. When they push air through their larynx under stress, when they're trying to claim... I've been working as a ranger long enough to know that the land has its own way of testing you. People sometimes think the scariest thing about this job is wild animals, but that's only part of it. The land, the weather, the water, even the machines you depend on. They all take turns reminding you how fragile you are out here. The park where I work is big country, a place where salmon fill the rivers and brown bears come in numbers, so high it feels like you're the one who doesn't belong. The air always carries that mix of salt, damp forest, and fish, and every ridge or river crossing reminds you how far you are from the safety of towns and roads. I thought I was prepared for it all when I first started, but each season has handed me something new that made me realize just how close to the edge I've come. One of the earliest scares I had happened in the gray hours before dawn, when the world feels the heaviest. I had hiked out to set up a small monitoring camp along one of the salmon runs. It was just me, my tent, a stove, and the sound of the river carrying through the trees. I remember drifting in and out of sleep, still bundled in my bag, when a noise pulled me upright. It wasn't twigs snapping or branches rustling. It was the slow, steady sound of water moving in an odd rhythm. At first I thought it was just the current changing, but then I realized it was closer, steady strokes pushing through water with weight behind them. I held my breath, straining to hear, and it came again, louder this time, the sound of something swimming. The river wasn't more than 30 yards from where my tent sat. I tried to convince myself it was a beaver or maybe a moose, but deep down I knew what it was before I even heard the wet thump of something pulling onto shore. Bears swim like they own the water, and once you've heard it, you don't mistake it. I froze, listening to water drip from fur, the slow shake of a heavy body spraying mist into the air. Then silence. No footsteps, no movement, just silence. The worst part was not knowing where it was, whether it had gone upstream, or if it was standing right outside the thin nylon wall that separated me from it. I sat there, heart hammering, every part of me aware that if the bear wanted to, it could walk right in. I could smell the musk of wet animal drift through the tent door flap I had left cracked for air. My rifle leaned against the tent wall, my spray on the floor by my boots. I didn't move, didn't make a sound, just waited. I don't know how long it lasted. Time stretches when you're afraid, but eventually the sound of wet paws receded into the brush. Even after it left, I couldn't sleep again. I lay there until first light seeped into the tent, my body stiff, knowing how thin the line is between feeling safe and realizing you're nothing more than another animal out here. That wasn't the last time bears found me. Another time, I was out doing a survey, walking a ridgeline that gave me a wide view of the valley below. It was the kind of day where the air feels sharp, each sound carrying far. I had been moving slow, checking plants and marking my notes, when I felt that prickling sensation on the back of my neck. You spend enough time out here and you learn to trust it. I stopped, stood still, and let the quiet settle. Then I heard it, a faint sniffing sound close, too close. I turned my head just enough to catch movement in the corner of my eye, and there they were. A sow and her cub, maybe 15 meters back, right on my trail. The cub was small enough to stay tucked near its mother's legs, but big enough to blunder around with curiosity. The sow's head was low, her nose working the air, her eyes locked on me with that intensity that pins you in place. My stomach dropped. Every ranger knows that a mother with a cub is the last thing you want following you. I didn't have to think about the rules. Don't run, don't make sudden moves, don't turn your back. I just stood there, the weight of her stare heavy on me. She sniffed again, a long pull through her nose, then huffed. That sound carries through your bones, like a warning that doesn't need words. I eased one hand toward my spray, slow enough not to trigger her. My mouth was dry, every muscle locked. She shifted her weight, and the cub made a little sound and nudged against her. That seemed to break whatever line she was following, because she turned, nudged the cub back toward the brush, and moved off. My knees didn't stop shaking for an hour after. All I could think was how easy it would have been for her to charge. How 15 meters is nothing to an animal that can cover ground like that. The whole survey, I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting her to be there again. I still see her eyes sometimes when I'm alone on the trail, that unblinking stare that tells you exactly where you sit in the food chain. But it wasn't just bears. One summer, I had an encounter with a wounded boar that rattled me, just as bad. I'd been boating supplies upriver, passing by a moose carcass wedged near the bank, half eaten. I knew better than to linger around it, so I kept moving until I reached camp. That night, tucked in my tent, I heard it, heavy steps, grunts, the kind of deep-chested noise that makes the air vibrate. A boar bear, big and wounded, staggered into camp. His head swung side to side, his breath coming hard, and I could see the ragged scars and fresh blood from fights I didn't want to imagine. He circled, sniffing, his massive shoulders rolling with each step. I grabbed my pan and banged, trying to haze him off, yelling, making myself big even though my insides felt like water. He turned, lumbered away into the dark, and for a moment I thought I was safe. But then he turned back. Again and again he came, retreating a few steps, then pivoting with that same stubborn persistence. It felt endless, this dance of him leaving and returning, like he couldn't decide whether to claim the camp or leave it. Each time he came closer, his teeth flashing in the firelight, his body swaying with frustration. It took nearly an hour before he finally wandered off for good, and by then I was drenched in sweat, every nerve in my body fried. The idea that he could come back never left me, not even when the sun came up. For days, I jumped at every sound, convinced he was circling just out of sight. Then there was the Willowa. People who haven't lived through one can't understand what it's like to be trapped in a plywood cabin with wind screaming at 40 miles an hour for 2 days straight. I had gone out to the cabin for a patrol, planning to stay a night before heading back. The storm rolled in faster than expected, turning the sky into a shifting wall of gray. By the time I shut the door, the first gusts were already slamming against the walls. It didn't stop for 48 hours. Each blast hit like a truck, the whole cabin shuddering. The loose pumice outside picked up and hurled like shrapnel. The sound was constant, stone against wood, rattling, scraping, banging. The air inside felt charged, as if the storm itself had seeped through the cracks. I sat on the bunk, boots still on, every nerve raw. Sleep was impossible. Each time the building groaned, I pictured the walls tearing open, the roof lifting away, leaving me exposed. I pressed my hands against the wall once, feeling the vibration run through it, like the bones of the structure were straining to hold together. Hours bled into each other, day and night, losing meaning under the endless howl of wind. By the time it finally calmed, I stepped outside and the world looked scoured raw, pumice piled against the cabin, the air still thick with grit. I don't think I've ever felt smaller than I did in those hours. A single human inside a box of wood, while the world tried to tear it apart. But the land saved its hardest lesson for water. Crossing a glacial river with 50 pounds on your back teaches you more about fear than almost anything else. The current is strong enough to knock you flat in a blink, the water cold enough to steal the air from your chest. I remember stepping in, the shock of cold like knives against my legs, the weight of the pack dragging at me as the current pressed harder with each step. Every move had to be deliberate, planning the staff, shifting weight, sliding one foot forward while the other held. The roar of water filled my ears, and all I could think was that one slip, one stumble, and I'd be gone, carried under ice water with no chance of coming back up. The stones underfoot shifted, round and slick, and each step felt like it could be the last solid one I'd take. When I finally staggered onto the far bank, my legs were numb, my breath ragged, and I knew I'd come as close as I ever wanted to dying without actually going under. But even that wasn't the worst. The worst came later, high above the rivers and bears and storms, when the one thing you depend on to get you in and out of this country failed. I was flying back in a small single-engine plane, the kind we use all the time out here. The park stretched endless below, rivers winding like silver threads, mountains rising sharp against the horizon. The hum of the engine filled the cabin, steady, constant, the sound you stop noticing after a while. Then, without warning, it coughed. A stutter, a break in the rhythm, and then silence. The hum was gone, replaced by a hollow quiet that roared louder than any storm I've ever sat through. The nose dipped, the airframe shuddered, and my stomach dropped with it. I grabbed at the controls, heart hammering, the silence of that dead. I became a park ranger because I loved the quiet. I had worked different jobs in my life before, mostly ones where I was always around people, always stuck under bright lights, or listening to voices all day long. When I finally got into the ranger program, it felt like a second chance at living the way I wanted to live. I liked being out in the woods, liked the long patrols on foot, the silence broken only by wind, birds, and sometimes the sound of my own boots on gravel trails. I thought the hardest part of the job would be the loneliness, but after a few months, I found out that the part that really tests you is the things you see out here that no one prepares you for. Things that aren't written in the manuals or explained in training. The story I'm about to write down happened a few years back when I was assigned to a stretch of land that was bigger than some towns. It was a remote park, deep woods, old trails, steep ridges, and valleys so low the sun barely touched them in winter. My duties covered trail checks, campsite inspections, watching for poachers, and keeping track of weather damage. It was one of those places where people came less for comfort and more for bragging rights. saying they had camped in land that hadn't been touched much since the old days. There were no gift shops or smooth paved roads. You drove a truck on dirt access roads until the road ended. Then you walked. I remember the week everything happened because it had been raining for days before. The ground was soggy, the rivers were swollen, and some of the trails were washed out. I had gotten word that a group of campers had set up in one of the farther zones and hadn't checked back in. Normally, that wasn't alarming, since people often stayed longer than they registered for, but the weather made it more serious. When rain soaks the ground like that, trees fall easier, streams flood, and it doesn't take much for someone to slip or get stuck. I set out early in the morning with a pack, my radio, and gear for staying overnight if I had to. The hiking was slow because the trails were torn up. Mud clung to my boots, and every slope was slick. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. You learn to pay attention to that kind of quiet because it means most animals are hiding. By the time I got within 2 miles of the campsite they had marked, I noticed the forest floor had fresh gouges where water had rushed downhill. Fallen branches blocked the path, and at one point I had to climb over a huge spruce that had snapped at its base. When I reached the campsite, I stopped for a long while just looking. The tents were still there, but the whole place was a mess. One tent had collapsed halfway. Another was tilted because the ground under it had washed out, and their fire pit had been drowned by mud. There were food wrappers scattered around, gear half buried in muck, and a cooler tipped on its side with the lid cracked open. I saw no people. I moved slow, circling the camp. Sometimes folks leave fast if weather turns bad, but usually they pack at least some things. Here it looked like they had just walked off. Inside one of the tents were sleeping bags still unrolled, wet, but with that look like they had just been left. I checked the ground for footprints. The rain had blurred everything, but I found faint marks leading downslope toward the thicker woods. At that point, I felt a heaviness in my stomach. I had been trained to deal with missing persons, and I knew how quickly things could go bad. I radioed in that the camp was empty and I was following tracks. The dispatcher told me to keep them updated, but I already knew I'd probably lose signal soon in the valley. I followed the prints down into darker forest. The ground was uneven, full of gullies carved by runoff. The further I went, the harder it was to see any clear trail. Still, I kept on, using broken plants and small scuffs in the mud as guides. After about a mile, I found the first real sign that something had happened. A backpack lay torn open beside a log. Its straps were tangled, and the contents were spread around. Clothes, a flashlight, a soggy map. Nothing looked stolen. It looked dropped in a hurry. I picked it up and marked the spot with tape so I could guide others back later. Moving ahead, I started noticing the forest smelled different. The air had that sharp metallic tang I knew too well. I pushed through brush and came into a clearing where the ground was churned up. Mud was splashed everywhere, small trees bent, and in the middle of it all was blood. Not just a little. A dark patch had soaked into the soil, smeared like something had been dragged. I froze for a while, scanning the tree line. It could have been an animal attack. Out here we had black bears, cougars, and plenty of smaller predators. But I saw no body, no sign of an animal carcass or fresh kill. Just blood, torn mud, and the drag marks leading downhill. I followed slowly, every sense stretched thin. I carried my sidearm, but kept my hand off it, not wanting to spook myself into mistakes. The drag marks wove between trees and finally ended at a creek swollen with rain. There the trail vanished into the water. I stood on the bank, listening to the rush, tried to figure out where they might have gone. If someone had been injured, they might have been pulled along. The thought of someone swept away in that current made my chest tight. I spent the rest of that day combing both banks, moving up and down, calling in updates when I got brief bursts of signal. As the light drained, I had to accept I wasn't finding them before nightfall. I set up my own camp near a ridge where my radio worked, but I barely slept. Every crack of a branch in the dark made me sit up. At one point I swore I heard shouting, far off and faint, but it stopped before I could pin it down. The next morning, a search team came in with dogs. I guided them to the site, showed them the blood, the backpack, the creek. The dogs picked up scent and moved downstream, and we followed for hours. The terrain was brutal, steep banks and slick rocks. By midday, One of the handlers called out that the dogs had found something. It was a shoe, caught in a tangle of roots at the edge of the creek. Not far from it, the dogs led us to another clearing, this one worse than the last. Another spray of blood, more drag marks, but also shredded fabric and a bent trekking pole. We spread out, combing every inch, and finally one of the rangers called us over. We found the first body wedged under a fallen log near the creek. It was a young man, face pale, body twisted, clothes torn. The cause was obvious, deep slashes across his chest and arms, like from claws or a knife. His expression was frozen, mouth open in a grimace. We radioed it in, marked the spot, and kept moving. Hours later, we found another body downstream, this one a woman. Same injuries, same frozen look. There had been 4 campers total in the group, according to registration. 2 still missing. The rest of that day bled into the next, as we kept searching. I barely felt the hunger or the weight of the pack anymore. My whole mind was locked on finding the others. We found more signs, a water bottle cracked open, a torn piece of rain jacket, more blood. Always more blood. Finally, 2 miles farther down, we found a third. She was in worse shape, tangled in roots where the current had slowed. The last one we didn't find for another day. He was farther than the others, almost as if he'd been chased. His body was at the edge of a boulder field, face down, clothes shredded. By then it was clear we weren't dealing with an accident. The wounds were too precise, too brutal. The question was whether it was animal or human. The cuts didn't look like claws. It looked like blades. Law enforcement was called in. They combed the area, brought in specialists, questioned every known hunter, trapper, and drifter in the region. They never caught anyone. The official report leaned toward animal predation, possibly cougar, though most of us who saw the bodies doubted it. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched the whole time we searched. Some of the other rangers admitted the same thing quietly later. I had to return to that forest many times after. Every time I passed near that creek, I felt the hair rise on my neck. I never forgot the smell, the churned up ground, the way the drag marks disappeared into the water. What made it worse was the silence that followed. News covered it briefly, calling it a tragic accident. But inside, among us rangers, it sat like a stone. We knew how odd it had been, how much didn't line up. The families never got answers. And the forest kept on being silent, green, and endless. For me, the scariest part was not the blood, not the bodies, not even the possibility of some violent person out there. It was the emptiness of the woods afterward. The way I kept going back, alone, knowing what had happened, never knowing if whoever or whatever caused it was still out there. That's the part you can't prepare for. The work doesn't stop, the patrols keep coming, and the forest doesn't care about what you've seen. You walk the same trails, pass the same ridges, and carry the memory in silence. And you wait, always a little tense for the next time something happens that no one will ever fully explain. I have worked as a park ranger for years, and I thought I had seen just about everything the wilderness could throw at me. I had dealt with lost hikers, angry bears, sudden storms, and even people trying to do things in the woods that had no business being done there. But the scariest thing I ever went through wasn't a storm or an animal or even the darkness of being alone for weeks on end in the backcountry. It was one of those things you don't expect to happen in a place where you're supposed to feel safe, a thing that lingers with you long after it's over, because it was caused by people and not nature. Nature follows its rules, and you can prepare for it. People don't always follow rules, and sometimes they're the ones you need to be afraid of. It started during late summer in a large national forest where I had been stationed for 2 seasons. It wasn't the most popular park in the system, but it wasn't empty either. People came for the trails, the lakes, and the long stretches of backcountry where you could walk for days and not see another person. I liked it because it was quiet, and I could spend most of my days patrolling trails and keeping an eye on campgrounds without too much trouble. It was the kind of assignment where you had to be comfortable being alone, because a lot of the time you were. On this particular stretch, I was assigned to patrol an area that included an old fire road, a couple of lakes, and a section of trail that was about 10 miles long. There were a handful of backcountry campsites, some of them barely used except by the most dedicated hikers. I had a small cabin out there, more of a shack really, stocked with enough food and supplies to last a week at a time. My job was to check the campsites, look for illegal fires, and make sure nobody was doing anything they shouldn't be. Most of the time, it was uneventful, and I'd spend hours walking with only the sound of my boots and the birds for company. The first sign that something wasn't right came when I was doing a standard check along one of the lakes. It was a small body of water tucked back off the trail. It had one designated campsite, and most of the time it was empty. I had been there the week before and found nothing unusual, just the usual quiet of a still lake surrounded by pine trees. This time, though, I noticed something odd on the shoreline. At first I thought it was just trash, which sadly isn't uncommon. But when I got closer, I saw it wasn't just a piece of paper or plastic. It was a torn jacket, muddy and ripped across the back like it had been dragged. I picked it up and looked it over. The fabric was worn, but it wasn't old. It hadn't been sitting there for long. There were streaks of dirt, and one sleeve was almost completely torn off. I checked the tag and saw it was a cheap brand, the kind of thing you buy at a big box store. It could have belonged to anyone. What unsettled me was the way it was positioned, half buried in the mud, as if it had been left there deliberately or pulled into the water. I looked around the shoreline for footprints, but the mud had dried in patches, making it hard to tell. I remember a heavy feeling settling in my stomach as I stuffed the jacket into my pack. Over the next couple of days, I started noticing more strange things. At another campsite about 4 miles away, I found an old sleeping bag stuffed behind a log. It was dirty and smelled like mildew, but it wasn't torn. It looked like someone had hidden it there. Nearby, there were food wrappers, empty cans, and a half-burned log where a fire had been made outside the ring. It wasn't unusual to find trash from careless campers, but the way it was hidden felt different. Normally, people leave trash in plain sight because they don't care. This felt like someone had been trying not to be found. On my third day, I hiked out to the far end of the trail where it looped near another lake. It was a longer route, one that usually took me all day. I carried enough supplies to stay overnight if I had to. The day was hot, and the woods were quiet except for the insects. I reached the lake in the late afternoon, tired but glad to sit down. As I was checking the campsite there, I saw something across the water. At first, I thought it was a tree stump, but then it moved. I lifted my binoculars and saw a man standing there, half hidden in the trees. He was tall, wearing a faded shirt and pants that looked filthy from where I stood. He wasn't moving much, just standing there, watching. I lowered the binoculars and tried to wave, but he didn't respond. When I raised him again, he was gone. I scanned the tree line, but he had disappeared completely. It isn't unusual to see people in the backcountry, but something about him bothered me. Most hikers carry gear, packs, poles, something that shows they're out for a reason. This man had nothing. He wasn't on a trail, and the way he was standing there didn't look like someone enjoying the view. It looked like someone watching me. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. I had to hike back to my cabin by flashlight, and every sound in the woods made me tighten my grip on the light. More than once I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but when I stopped, the sound stopped too. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I kept glancing over my shoulder all the way back. The next morning, I checked the area again, trying to find tracks. The soil was dry and hard, so it was almost impossible. I thought about reporting it to the main station, but what would I even say? That I saw a man standing in the trees? People came and went in the park all the time. Unless he was breaking the law, there was nothing to report. Still, I felt uneasy. A few days later, I came across something that made my unease turn into real fear. I was following the fire road when I saw smoke up ahead. I hurried toward it, expecting to find an illegal campfire. What I found instead was worse. Someone had built a rough shelter out of branches and tarps just off the road. Inside were piles of trash, empty food cans, and the remains of several fires. It looked like someone had been living out there for a while. I stepped carefully around the site, taking note of everything. There were makeshift tools, a knife stuck into a log, and what looked like animal bones scattered nearby. The place smelled terrible, like rot and smoke mixed together. I didn't want to touch anything, but I had to take pictures for the report. What disturbed me most was a row of shoes lined up along the inside wall of the shelter. They were all different sizes, all different kinds, from hiking boots to sneakers. None of them matched. That's when I knew this wasn't just a lost hiker or someone camping where they shouldn't be. Someone had set up out here, living hidden in the woods, collecting things that didn't belong to them. I backed out of the shelter slowly, every nerve in my body on edge. I kept expecting someone to step out of the trees, but the woods were silent. I hiked straight back to my cabin and radioed in the report. The response was slow. The main station was short-staffed, and it would take at least a day before anyone could come out that far. I was told to stay alert, but not to approach if I saw anyone. Easy for them to say. That night was the worst of my life. I kept the lights on in the cabin and tried to rest, but every creak of the wood, every gust of wind against the walls made me flinch. At some point after midnight, I heard something outside, a slow crunch of footsteps on gravel. I froze. The cabin was small, one room with a single door and 2 windows. I turned off the lantern and sat in the dark, listening. The footsteps came closer, then stopped. I didn't move for what felt like hours. My hand rested on the handle of the axe I kept by the door, and I stared at the window, waiting to see a face. But nothing happened. Eventually, the sound faded, and I was left in silence again. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I checked outside. There were footprints in the dirt, clear as day, circling the cabin. They weren't mine. Whoever had been out there had walked slowly around the building. Looking in, when backup finally arrived that afternoon, I showed them everything: the jacket, the sleeping bag, the hidden shelter, and the footprints around my cabin. We searched the area together, but whoever had been there was gone. The shelter looked like it had been abandoned quickly, and there was no sign of the man I had seen across the lake. The official report called it an unauthorized long-term camp. They said it was probably a squatter, someone living off the land, maybe stealing from campsites to survive. They closed the file after a couple of weeks, and eventually life went back to normal in the forest. But it never felt normal to me again. Even now, years later, I still think about those shoes lined up in that shelter. I think about the man standing silently across the lake, and I think about the footsteps circling my cabin in the dark. I never saw him again, but I know he saw me, and that knowledge has stayed with me longer than anything else I've experienced as a ranger. Because out there in the middle of the forest, I wasn't the one watching over the land. Someone else was watching me. I worked as a park ranger in a stretch of land that most people would describe as peaceful, quiet, and untouched. On the surface, that was true. It was rolling hills covered with thick pine, mixed hardwood, winding creeks, and large patches of wetlands. In the daytime, the place seemed harmless. Families came out for fishing, hiking, birdwatching. In the fall, the whole region turned into a postcard with the leaves burning orange and red. But when you spend enough time in a place, especially alone, you see the layers that regular visitors never do. You see the tracks left in the dirt long before sunrise, the broken branches in places where people aren't supposed to be, the half-buried trash left behind by someone who shouldn't have been there in the first place. My shifts rotated. Sometimes I covered daytime duties, checking campsites, clearing fallen branches from the service roads, maintaining signs. But the real challenge came at the night shifts, when the park emptied out and only a few campsites deep in the woods still flickered with firelight. Night was when the woods felt bigger, heavier, and different. That was when the real work began. This story happened during one of those night shifts. It was late September, years back, when the air carried that cool bite hinting at winter. I started my shift at 4 in the afternoon, knowing I'd be on until sunrise. At the ranger station, I checked in, went through the logbook, and read the notes from the earlier shift. Nothing unusual was reported except for a hiker who had complained about hearing noises near the marsh trail. The entry didn't go into detail, just a quick scribble about strange noises, probably coyotes. That was normal. People from the city often weren't used to wildlife sounds. After reading through, I loaded up my truck with the usual gear: flashlight, radio, extra batteries, thermos of coffee, and my first aid kit. My routine started with driving the perimeter roads, checking for any parked vehicles where they shouldn't be. The roads were rough gravel and stretched for miles, cutting through thick forests where radio signal dropped and headlights only reached so far before the dark swallowed everything beyond. I didn't see much until around dusk. The sun had slipped low, turning the treetops into black silhouettes. I pulled over at one of the smaller trailheads to walk a short loop. The trail wound through a wetland area, thick with cattails and stagnant pools of water. The air smelled like damp earth, and I could hear frogs croaking already. Halfway through the loop, I noticed tracks in the soft dirt near the water's edge. They weren't animal prints. These were boot prints, large and deep, heading off the trail and into the marsh. Park rules were clear. Stay on marked trails, no exceptions. But rules never stop people. I crouched down and studied the tracks. They were fresh, probably made within the last couple of hours. The ground was still moist from where the boots had pressed down, and there weren't any leaves collected inside them yet. They led straight into the cattails, away from the maintained path. I followed for a short distance, but the ground quickly turned into sucking mud. Going any farther would have been risky without waders, so I marked the location in my notebook and decided I'd check again later. Back on the trail, I felt that first little prickle of unease, the kind that tells you something isn't sitting right. Normally, people who cut off trail left signs of where they went, broken stems, candy wrappers, or sometimes even their own voices carrying in the still air. But here it was dead quiet. Just those fresh tracks leading into the marsh, then silence. I finished the loop and got back to my truck as the sky turned black. From then on, I drove the service road deeper into the park. A few campsites glowed faintly with firelight, kids' laughter trailing through the air. Those noises were comforting. They reminded me that I wasn't the only one awake in this whole stretch of land. By 9 o'clock, I pulled off at one of the lookout points. It was a rocky rise overlooking the river, and I liked to stop there for coffee. From the ridge, the view was endless darkness broken only by the silver line of water. I stood leaning on the hood of the truck, sipping coffee, when I heard something faint. It was coming from the tree line below, short bursts of sound, irregular, metallic. Not animal. It reminded me of metal striking metal, like someone hammering on rebar. The sound echoed faintly up the slope, then stopped. I froze, listening. The night held still, except for the river's murmur. Then the noise came again, 3 sharp clangs, then silence. I couldn't see any lights down there. No flashlight beams, no campfires, just dark woods. The slope was too steep to drive, so I made a note and decided to check it on foot later. For the moment, I stayed still, watching and listening for nearly 10 minutes. The noise didn't repeat again. By midnight, most campers had gone quiet. Fires died down, tents zipped shut. That when I went back toward the marsh trail where I'd seen the boot prints earlier. I parked the truck at the trailhead and set out with my flashlight. The beam cut a narrow path through the cattails, but the deeper I went, the more the light reflected off the moisture in the air, making everything hazy. At the same spot where I'd seen the boot prints, I crouched again. The tracks looked darker now, like they had filled with water. But there was something new. A faint drag mark ran alongside them, like something heavy had been pulled. It wasn't an animal track. It was wide and uneven, starting near the footprints and sliding deeper into the marsh. I followed slowly, each step squelching into the mud. The drag mark led farther than I expected, weaving in and out of thicker reeds. My flashlight beam kept catching on the wet stalks, and every so often I thought I saw movement just out of range. The sound of frogs had stopped, which was strange. Usually, the marsh never went fully silent. Then I found it. A torn backpack lay half submerged in the mud. The zipper was ripped open, straps shredded as if cut. I crouched and pulled it out. Inside were a few crumpled wrappers, a smashed flashlight, and a water bottle. No ID, no wallet. Just a backpack abandoned in the muck. The drag mark continued past the spot, deeper into the marsh. I felt my chest tighten. Training told me not to push too far alone, especially at night, but I also knew ignoring it wasn't an option. I marked the location with flagging tape, took photos with my work camera, and carefully made my way back to the trail. Back at the truck, I radioed it in, but the signal was weak. Only static came through. That wasn't unusual. This part of the park had poor coverage. Still, it meant I couldn't alert anyone until I drove back closer to the station, which was nearly 40 minutes away. I sat in the truck for a few minutes, staring back down the trail, trying to decide. The backpack, the drag marks, the strange noises earlier, it all added up to something I couldn't ignore. I decided to at least sweep the area once more before heading back. I walked the trail again, this time pushing farther past the flagged spot. My boots sank deeper with each step. The drag mark wound ahead, curving between pools of dark water. My flashlight beam swept left, then right, and that's when I saw it. Something metallic reflecting back. I stepped closer and found a rusted metal stake hammered into the mud, half hidden by reeds. A piece of rope dangled from it, frayed at the end as if cut. I felt a jolt of adrenaline. Stakes and rope weren't camping gear. They were the kind of thing someone used for tying something or someone down. The marsh suddenly felt too quiet, too exposed. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the reeds, half expecting to see a figure standing there. Nothing moved. I backed out carefully, every step deliberate. When I finally reached the gravel lot, I climbed into the truck, locked the doors, and started the engine. The entire drive back toward the station, I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting headlights to appear behind me, but the road stayed empty. At the station, I finally got a radio signal and reported what I'd found. Dispatch told me to wait, and soon 2 deputies arrived. Together, we returned to the marsh trail at dawn. The early light made everything look different, less threatening, but the evidence was still there. The boot prints, the drag marks, the torn backpack, and the metal stake. Deputies photographed everything and marked the locations. They pushed farther into the marsh than I had, and when they came back, their faces were hard. They wouldn't tell me exactly what they found, only that more law enforcement would be involved. Within days, the area was sealed off. Rumors spread fast. Some said it was a poacher's camp, others whispered about missing persons. Officially, nothing was announced, but I knew what I'd seen. Those drag marks weren't from an animal. That backpack didn't tear itself, and that rope didn't fray naturally. After that night, I never looked at the park the same way. I kept patrolling, kept doing my job, but every time I stepped onto a quiet trail, I thought about those noises echoing from the dark, about the way the marsh had fallen silent, about the metal stake hidden in the reeds. The scariest part wasn't what I found. It was knowing how much I didn't. The marsh kept its secrets, and even though the investigation was taken out of my hand, I had been working as a park ranger for years before I really understood how quickly small mistakes or small lapses in judgment could turn into something dangerous. Most people think this job is just walking trails, checking campgrounds, and answering questions about wildlife. And yes, a lot of it is that. But what people don't see are the long stretches of time when you're out there alone, deep in the backcountry, miles from the nearest person, responsible not just for yourself, but for the safety of anyone else who decided to wander into the same woods. It doesn't take much for the quiet of the forest to become something heavy, almost pressing against you. And when things go wrong out there, they usually go wrong fast. I was stationed at a park that didn't get the kind of tourist crowds you'd see at Yellowstone or Yosemite. Ours was quieter, more isolated, a place people drove past without even realizing what it held inside. It had big swaths of deep forest, old growth mixed with newer trees, wide valleys that filled with mist in the mornings, and a lot of forgotten trails that most maps didn't even bother to include anymore. Some trails were overgrown, some had washed out from heavy rains, and some led to nothing more than broken down cabins or abandoned campsites that hadn't seen people in decades. It was the kind of park where you could walk for a whole day and not see another person, just the tracks of animals and the signs of weather slowly chewing everything down. I usually rotated between patrols that lasted a few hours and longer ones that required me to stay overnight at outposts scattered throughout the park. These outposts weren't much, usually just a small wooden cabin with a cot, a radio, and a logbook. The idea was that rangers could use them to rest, keep an eye on problem areas, and be closer in case something happened with hikers, hunters, or the occasional legal camper. Most of the time, staying at one of those outposts was boring. You'd write in the log, maybe cook some food on a small stove, listen to the wind push against the boards, and wait for the next day to come. The trip I'm about to tell you about started out just like that. Routine. It was late summer, the kind of time when the trails are dusty, the streams are running low, and the air is warm even after the sun goes down. I've been assigned to check the western section of the park, which meant a hike out to one of the older outposts that sat along a ridge line about 12 miles in. That ridge overlooked a series of valleys where the park had recorded some bear activity. So the idea was to keep an eye out for signs of them moving closer to popular hiking routes. It was straightforward work. Look for scat, tracks, claw marks on trees, signs of digging, anything that would show the bears were ranging farther than expected. The hike out there took me most of the day. The sun was strong, and the trail wasn't in great shape. A lot of branches had fallen during storms earlier in the summer, and in some places I had to push through brush that had swallowed up the old trail markers. The forest was alive with sound. Birds calling, insects buzzing, the creak of trees shifting in the breeze. I kept a steady pace, stopping now and then to check the map, drink some water, and mark down anything unusual. By late afternoon, I finally reached the ridge and saw the outpost tucked into the trees. That cabin had clearly been built decades earlier. The logs were dark with age, and the roof sagged slightly, but it was solid enough. The door groaned when I opened it, and the inside smelled like dry wood and dust. There was the cot against one wall, a table with the radio and logbook on it, a small stove in the corner, and not much else. I dropped my pack, checked the radio to make sure it worked, then sat for a while with the door open, letting the late light come in. The view from that ridge was something else. Rolling valleys fading into blue distance, the tops of trees catching the last gold of the sun. After cooking a small meal, I went back outside to walk the ridge and look for bear sign. I didn't see much, just some older scat that looked weeks old and a few claw marks on a tree that had probably been made earlier in the summer. I marked it all down and then headed back to the cabin as the sky went dark. The forest quieted in that way it always does, the noise of the day slowly draining out until only the occasional rustle or call breaks it. That first night was calm. I read through older log entries, most of them dull reports about weather, trail conditions, or hikers passing through. I wrote my own short entry about what I'd seen, then stretched out on the cot. The cabin creaked a little in the wind, but nothing unusual. I fell asleep without trouble. The next morning, I set out to do a loop around the ridge, dropping down into the valley below to check some game trails. I left the cabin locked, radio inside, and carried just what I needed: water, some food, a notepad, and my field gear. The hike down was steep, with loose dirt and exposed roots. At the bottom, the forest grew thicker and damper. It was cooler down there, the air heavy with the smell of moss and wet leaves. I followed a game trail for a while, checking for tracks. That's when I noticed something that set the whole day on edge. In a patch of mud, I saw footprints. Not animal prints, human ones. Bare feet. The size suggested an adult, maybe a man. The tracks weren't deep, but they were clear enough that I could see the toes, the arch, the heel. And they weren't old. The edges were still sharp, not yet blurred by wind or insects. I stood there for a while, staring at them, trying to understand why someone would be walking barefoot this deep in the woods. I followed the prints for a short distance. They wandered along the game trail, sometimes stepping on rocks, sometimes sinking into softer ground. But after a few hundred yards, they faded where the soil turned dry and covered with leaves. I scanned the ground for a long time, trying to pick them back up, but they were gone. The rest of the day, I couldn't shake the thought of those prints. I saw no camps, no sign of shoes being left behind, no clothing or gear, just bare feet. And the direction they were heading wasn't toward any known trail or road. It was deeper into the valley, into rougher terrain that most people avoided. By the time I climbed back up to the ridge and returned to the cabin, the sun was setting again. My legs were sore, and I felt unsettled. I cooked some food, but didn't eat much. I wrote down what I'd seen in the log, hesitating over the words. I didn't know what to make of it. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The forest outside seemed louder, filled with small cracks and rustles. I kept thinking about those prints, imagining someone out there in the dark, barefoot, moving silently through the trees. At some point, I drifted into a shallow sleep, but I woke later to a sound that made my stomach knot. It was faint, but I heard movement outside the cabin, not the heavy step of a bear or the quick scurry of a raccoon. This was slower. Footsteps. They circled once, crunching softly in the underbrush, then stopped. The cabin walls felt thin. I held my breath, straining to listen. For a long time, there was nothing. Then, after what felt like forever, the sound of retreating steps moving back into the forest. I barely slept after that. When dawn came, I packed up quickly, double-checked the radio, and decided to cut my patrol short. I reported what I'd seen and heard once I was back near the ranger station. They sent another ranger out with me a few days later to check the area. We searched for hours, but we didn't find the prints again. No camps, no signs of anyone living out there. Just quiet woods and the same old outpost sitting empty on the ridge. The official report went down as unconfirmed activity. No hikers had registered in that part of the park, and there were no missing persons reports that matched. For all anyone knew, it could have been nothing. But I know what I saw in that mud, and I know what I heard outside that cabin at night. To this day, I don't like staying at that outpost. The forest there feels heavier somehow, like it's holding on to secrets. I never learned who was out there barefoot, or why they circled the cabin in the dark. But every time I think back on it, I picture those sharp, fresh prints leading deeper into the valley, and I wonder how far they went, and if they ever stopped. I have worked as a park ranger for most of my adult life, and I can tell you that the job is nothing like how most people imagine it. People think it's just sitting in a truck all day, smiling at families, checking passes, pointing out trails, or maybe walking around in uniform answering questions about wildlife. That's a small part of it. The reality is that the job often means long nights, isolation, responsibility for other people's safety, and being out in the middle of nowhere with nothing but your flashlight, your radio, and your own thoughts. Most of the time it's peaceful, sure, but there are nights that stick with you, nights when the woods feel like they're holding their breath, and you realize how small and vulnerable you really are. The story I'm about to tell is one of those nights. It happened about 8 years ago when I was assigned to a large national forest in the western part of the country. The forest stretched across mountains, valleys, and rivers, with miles and miles of trails, some of them so remote that you could walk a full day and not see another person. That forest was beautiful, but it could turn on you quickly. Weather changed without warning, roads washed out, animals moved unpredictably, and sometimes people went missing. It started during the late summer season, one of those weeks when the air was dry, the nights still carried a bit of warmth, and the forest was full of campers, backpackers, and hunters. The headquarters where I was based was about a 45-minute drive from the nearest paved highway, and from there you could go even deeper into the backcountry. I was used to covering a wide area alone. That week, I had been assigned to patrol a remote sector on the northern end, a place that had a reputation among rangers for being the hardest to keep track of. There were few marked trails, a lot of old logging roads, and deep canyons where radio reception died completely. Earlier in the season, a few reports had come in about suspicious campsites. Not the usual abandoned beer cans or someone leaving a fire burning too hot, but camps that looked like they had been lived in for weeks. Tarp shelters built into hillsides, makeshift hunting blinds, caches of food hung up in trees. Normally, that would just mean hunters setting up for the season a little early, but the problem was that these camps weren't in legal zones. They were tucked far off the trails, in areas closed to camping because of fire risk and wildlife management. My supervisor told me to check that sector thoroughly. People living out there for long stretches without permits could start wildfires, poach animals, or even put hikers at risk. Sometimes they were just stubborn outdoorsmen, but other times they were people who didn't want to be found, fugitives, drug growers, or just unstable individuals. I set out before noon in my truck, driving the dirt roads as far as they would go, then parking at a trailhead that saw little use. The air smelled of pine needles and dust, and the forest was silent except for the occasional sound of a jay or the buzzing of insects. I strapped on my pack, carried my radio, my GPS, a map, and started hiking north into the thickest part of the sector. My plan was to make a wide loop through the backcountry, check for signs of illegal camping, and return before dark. The first few hours were uneventful. I found some old fire rings, some scattered trash that looked months old, and deer tracks along a stream bed. Around mid-afternoon, I climbed a ridge and saw smoke rising in the distance, thin and gray against the sky. It wasn't a wildfire plume, more like the steady column of a campfire. I marked the direction on my map and started toward it. It took me almost an hour to reach the source. By then, the smoke had stopped, but I found the camp easily. It was not a normal weekend campsite. Someone had built a half-buried shelter into the side of a hill, using cut branches and a tarp weighted down with rocks. A fire ring was set up with blackened logs still warm, and next to it were several hanging strips of what looked like deer meat drying in the sun. There were also 2 large plastic containers filled with food supplies, beans, rice, and jerky, and a pile of tools, including a handsaw and an axe. What unsettled me most wasn't the camp itself, but how deliberately hidden it was. From any trail or ridge, you would never see it. Whoever had made it knew the land well and had gone out of their way to stay out of sight. I documented everything, took photos, and logged the coordinates. Standard procedure was to leave a notice and then report it to the office so enforcement could handle it. But as I was kneeling by the fire ring, I noticed something odd. The ashes weren't just warm, they were fresh. Whoever was here had been here very recently, maybe less than an hour ago. That realization made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I was deep in the forest, far from help, and now it was clear I wasn't alone. I stood up, scanned the trees, and listened. The forest was still. Too still. I left the notice at the camp, marked my log, and decided it was best to start heading back before nightfall. But as I retraced my steps along the ridge, I started noticing signs that didn't sit right with me. Branches broken at shoulder height. Rocks arranged on the ground in strange patterns, like markers. At first, I thought I was overthinking it, but then I found a fresh boot print in a patch of soft soil. It wasn't mine. It was larger, heavier, and pointed in the same direction I was walking. The forest pressed in around me, the trees thick and close. The sun was dropping fast, throwing long shadows across the ground. I picked up my pace, checking my map constantly, trying to stay oriented. My GPS flickered and lost signal in the canyon, which wasn't unusual, but it added to the tension. As the light faded, I realized I wasn't going to make it back to the truck before dark. That wasn't the first time I'd been caught out after sunset, but this time it felt different. Normally, you just make camp, set a small fire, and wait for morning. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was behind me. Every time I stopped, I thought I heard faint movement in the brush. Not close, but not far either. By the time night fell, I had no choice but to set up camp. I found a flat spot between 2 boulders, cleared the ground, and started a small fire. I didn't cook, just sat there with my pack close, my flashlight ready, and my radio clipped to my chest. The firelight flickered on the trees, and beyond its reach, the forest was a wall of black. I tried to stay calm, but my ears strained at every crack and rustle. Once, I heard the clear sound of footsteps on dry leaves somewhere uphill. Slow, deliberate steps, then silence. I swept my flashlight toward the sound, but the beam caught only trees and rocks. The night was long. I barely slept, dozing in short bursts, waking at every noise. At one point, I smelled smoke again, not from my fire, but faint, drifting on the breeze as if someone else was burning wood not far away. That confirmed it for me. Whoever owned that hidden camp was still out here, and they knew I was too. At dawn, I wasted no time packing up. I moved quickly, trying to stay on course back to the trailhead. The forest was quiet, but I kept catching glimpses of movement in my periphery. Shadows shifting, branches swaying where no wind blew. I didn't chase them. I just kept moving. After several hours, I finally recognized the ridge near the trailhead. Relief washed over me, but it didn't last. When I reached the last stretch of trail, I saw something that stopped me cold. On the trunk of a tree, at eye level, someone had carved a deep mark. It wasn't initials or random scratches. It was a crude symbol, like an X with a line through it. Freshly cut, the wood still pale against the bark. And below it, pressed into the dirt of the trail, was another boot print. The same size as the one I had seen before. When I reached my truck, everything looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been followed all the way back. I drove straight to headquarters, turned in my report, and gave them every detail. Enforcement went back out to the site a few days later. They found the camp abandoned. Supplies gone. Meat gone. Shelter dismantled. Not a trace of the person who had built it. For weeks afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I had been in that forest for years, seen hunters, poachers, squatters, even stumbled on marijuana grows. But this was different. Whoever that was, they weren't just hiding. They were watching, tracking, testing how close they could get. I never saw them again, but I'll tell you this. Whenever I go back into the field now, I watch the ridges more carefully. I check my back trail. I notice the broken branches, the unnatural markers, the smell of smoke on the wind. Because out there, in the deep forest, you're never really alone. And the scariest part isn't what you can see. It's knowing that someone could be just out of sight, watching every step you take, and you'd never know until they wanted you to. I started working as a park ranger because I thought I loved the quiet, the trees, the long trails, and the idea of being away from crowded places. I thought the job would mostly be walking around, checking campsites, helping people who got lost, and sometimes picking up trash. That's what most people think when they picture a ranger. But after years of doing this, I learned that the woods hide a lot of things, not magical things, but things that can make your skin crawl in their own very real way. One of the scariest experiences I've ever had happen in a park that wasn't even one of the busiest. It was a smaller forested park, tucked far away from any city, with maybe a few dozen campsites spread out along dirt roads and hiking trails. The park bordered some rough country, steep ridges, thick woods that went on for miles, and marshland that smelled like rot in the summer heat. Hardly anyone hiked deep into that area because it wasn't on the marked trails, and we didn't encourage people to go there. I was on the night rotation that week, which meant I had to check trailheads, campgrounds, and maintenance areas until late, then drive back out around sunrise to make sure nothing had gone wrong overnight. A lot of it was boring, logging license plates, writing down which campsites were full, locking up sheds, making notes about trail washouts. I usually liked the quiet, even when I got a little uneasy about how dark it got under the trees. The first sign something was off that week came when I found a fire ring out in the woods about half a mile from any marked trail. It was just a circle of rocks with blackened wood in the middle, but the wood was still warm. That meant someone had been camping illegally out there very recently. We had rules for a reason: forest fires, trash, and wildlife issues. People sneaking into the deep woods to camp weren't unusual, but usually you'd find beer cans, food wrappers, or some other junk. This spot was clean, too clean, like whoever was there wanted it to look like no one had been. I kicked dirt over the ashes and kept going. At first, I figured it was just a hunter or a drifter passing through. But the next night, I found another spot like it, this time with stacked wood, like someone was preparing for another fire. Again, no trash, no gear, nothing left behind. The uneasy part was the location. This second fire ring was farther into the restricted area, close to the marshland where the ground sank under your boots. Hardly anyone knew the way in there, but whoever was doing this clearly did. I started paying closer attention. Every time I went out, I scanned for signs of people where they shouldn't be: broken branches, trampled grass, boot prints in the dirt. Sure enough, by the third night, I found clear tracks, deep, heavy footprints that cut into the mud, leading in a line between the two fire rings. I followed them until I lost them in the thick brush. The forest there was tight and tangled, with fallen logs covered in moss, thorny undergrowth, and clouds of mosquitoes. It felt wrong to stand there with the light of my flashlight bouncing around on tree trunks that seemed to lean too close. I backed out, told myself I'd follow up during daylight, and wrote it in my report. The next day, I drove back out and walked in with the sun high overhead. In daylight, the place didn't look as bad, but the tracks were still there, fresher than before, like whoever it was had walked through sometime that morning. That bothered me because it meant they were moving around while the park was open and visitors were nearby. I pushed deeper, using a compass and flagging tape so I could find my way back. The ground got softer, the air thicker, and soon I was standing near the edge of the marsh. The smell of stagnant water hit me, heavy and sour. That's when I saw something sticking out of the mud about 30 yards away. At first, I thought it was just driftwood, but as I got closer, I saw it was a piece of canvas. I pulled it out and realized it was part of a torn backpack, half buried in muck. The straps were shredded, and the fabric was stained dark. I couldn't tell if it was old blood or just mud, but my stomach knotted up. We keep track of missing person reports, and though most end with someone wandering out safe, every ranger remembers the few that don't. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but finding that backpack in such a remote, off-limits area felt bad, really bad. I radioed it in and flagged the spot. A search team came out the next morning, but they didn't find anything else. Just a ruined pack. No bones, no clothes, nothing. They shrugged it off, said it could have been dumped there years ago, maybe washed out from somewhere else. They told me to keep my eyes open, but not to dwell on it. Still, I couldn't shake it. Over the next nights, I kept finding signs. More footprints. A broken branch here. A patch of flattened grass there. Whoever was out, there wasn't camping in one place. They were moving, watching. One night, I parked at a trailhead and shut off my truck to sit in silence for a while. Sometimes you learn more by just listening. At first, it was the usual sounds, crickets, the rustle of leaves, the distant croak of frogs. Then, sometime past midnight, I heard it, a faint metallic clink like something striking against steel. Not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the night. It came from the direction of the marsh. I climbed out, flashlight in one hand, radio in the other, and started walking. My boots sank into damp earth, each step loud compared to the silence pressing in around me. The air smelled of mud and rot. I kept the beam low, sweeping it across the ground. The sound came again, clink. Then again, faster this time. I followed until I reached a tree with deep gouges cut into the bark. Fresh gouges. Whoever was out there had been hacking at it with something metal, maybe a knife or hatchet. That was when I felt it, the sensation of being watched. My neck tightened, my skin crawled, and I knew I wasn't alone. I swung the light in a wide arc, but the beam only caught more trees, more shadows. I stood there for what felt like forever, waiting for movement, but nothing came. I backed out slow, every step careful, until I reached the road again. My radio crackled with static, but no one else was on. The next day, I told my supervisor everything. He nodded, said he'd add patrols, maybe bring in local deputies for backup. But I could tell he thought I was overreacting, just spooked by being alone in the woods too long. That night, I decided to try one more sweep. I drove out farther than usual, parked near the marsh, and hiked in with a stronger flashlight and my sidearm on my belt. I moved slow, checking the ground, marking my way. About half an hour in, I found something that stopped me cold. A lean-to. It was hidden between two thick trees, built from branches and covered with a tarp so weathered it blended with the woods. Inside, there was a sleeping bag rolled tight, a pile of clothes, empty water bottles lined up neatly, and cans with the labels scraped off. No trash scattered, no mess. Everything arranged like someone who wanted to stay invisible had set it up. I looked around and realized this wasn't some lost camper. This was a base. Someone was living out here, deep in the marsh, where no one would look. That's when I heard a snap behind me. I spun, light cutting through the trees, but again, just shadows. My pulse hammered. I didn't wait. I backed out fast, flagged the location, and radioed it in. The next morning, law enforcement swept the site. By then, it was empty. The lean-to was abandoned, sleeping bag gone, clothes gone, everything gone. Like it had never been there. They told me not to worry, that whoever it was had probably cleared out once they knew they'd been found. Maybe a squatter, maybe someone avoiding the law, maybe just a survivalist. But I kept thinking about how clean everything was, how deliberate. Whoever was had been moving through those woods for weeks, maybe longer, and had been walking around out there alone, unaware of how close I'd been. After that, I stopped working nights in that section of the park. They shifted me to trail maintenance on the other side, closer to the main campgrounds. Officially, they said it was to balance coverage, but I think they saw the way I tensed up whenever the marsh came up. I worked a lot of places since, seen plenty of weird things in the woods. But nothing has stuck with me like that week. Not because of what I found, but because of what I didn't. No face, no name, no clear answer. Just a proof that someone had been out there, living in the dark, watching. The forest is full of animals, trees, and trails, but the scariest thing in it is always another person who doesn't want to be found. And I know for certain that, for at least a little while, I was the one being watched. That was years ago, and still, every time I hear a twig snap behind me on patrol, I feel that same crawl up my spine. I keep walking, but I never, ever forget how close I came to someone who didn't want me there. I became a park ranger because I love the woods more than I love towns or cities. I like the stillness, the clean air, and the idea of doing work that mattered. People think being a ranger is about hiking around and watching sunsets, but most of it is cleaning up after careless visitors, keeping trails clear, and checking that rules are followed. I didn't mind that. I liked long patrols where the only sound were my boots on dirt, the rustle of leaves, or the occasional distant woodpecker. But the longer I worked, the more I realized there's a side to this job that never shows up in brochures. I'm talking about the parts you don't forget, the parts that follow you home. One summer, I was stationed at a large state forest in the north. The forest had endless ridges, swampy low areas, and a lot of old logging roads that went nowhere. Most people who came stuck to the main trails near the visitor center, but the deeper areas were rarely visited except by hunters or serious backpackers. My patrol zone stretched out to those far-off places. I was used to long days alone, hiking with only my pack, map, and radio. That summer was dry, the kind where everything felt brittle and dusty. The ground cracked, creeks ran shallow, and the air smelled like pine needles baking in the sun. The trouble started with reports of campsites being trashed. Not just normal mess, like beer cans or leftover food. These were different. Tents shredded, gears scattered, sometimes fires still smoldering in spots where fires weren't allowed. At first, everyone thought it was bears. Bears will rip open a cooler or a tent if they smell food. But what I saw didn't look like bear damage. It looked deliberate. Zippers cut straight down. Tent poles snapped clean, like someone used their boot. Food wasn't eaten. It was dumped out, sometimes mixed with dirt. Knives and tools were missing, but expensive gear like stoves or sleeping bags were left behind. It made no sense. I was sent to check on those sites more often. Each time, I had the same feeling. Whoever had done it wasn't trying to steal, but to send some kind of message. And I hated how quiet those places felt when I arrived. It wasn't the normal quiet of the forest. It was heavy, like the trees themselves were waiting. One patrol, I pushed deep into the north end of my zone, an area with no official campsites, but plenty of places where people like to set up illegally. I followed a faint trail down to a hollow with a small creek. The ground was littered with old fire rings and cigarette butts. A camp had been there recently. I saw a torn-up tarp, broken bottles, and a pile of clothes left in the mud. Most of the clothing was slashed, like with a blade. None of it looked chewed on by animals. I crouched down, touching the cuts. They were straight and controlled. Too clean for claws. I radioed it in, marked the site, and hiked out before dark. But something stuck with me. Whoever had been there wasn't careless. They wanted the mess noticed. Over the next few weeks, more sites turned up the same way. Always deep in the woods. Always the same pattern of damage. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I got. If it was kids messing around, why stay so far from the easy trails? Why waste food instead of taking it? And why did no one ever see or hear them? Then I found a shoe. It was late July. I was hiking a ridge above a marshy valley when I noticed a narrow track leading down. It wasn't on my map, just a faint line where boots had pressed the grass. I followed it about half a mile until I came to a clearing. In the middle was a burned-out fire pit, still warm. Around it were scattered items, a shredded sleeping bag, an empty pack, and a single hiking boot lying on its side. I picked it up. It was heavy. When I turned it over, dried blood stained the sole and had soaked into the laces. There was no one there. No fresh footprints leading away. The ground was dry and hard, but I checked carefully. Nothing. Just that boot sitting out in the open like someone wanted me to find it. That night, I barely slept. I kept picturing that boot, the blood, and the way the forest looked so still around that clearing. I didn't know if I'd stumbled on a crime scene, or if the person who left it was still out there, watching. The next day, I hiked back with another ranger and a state trooper. The boot was gone. Everything else was the same, but the boot had vanished. The trooper shrugged it off, saying maybe an animal dragged it. But there were no drag marks, no chewed fabric, no signs of disturbance. It was just gone. After that, my patrols changed. I moved slower, stopped more often, and listened harder. The forest felt different. Every snapping twig made me freeze. Every crow calling in the distance felt like a signal. I noticed small things I'd ignored before. Stones stacked strangely by trails, cut branches forming odd shapes, piles of animal bones left in places where no animals had been feeding. In early August, a hiker went missing. A man in his 30s, last seen heading into the north section alone. When he didn't return, search teams were called. I joined in, covering miles of brush and ridges. For 3 days, we found nothing. On the 4th, I spotted something while pushing through a cedar thicket, a campsite hidden between fallen logs. The fire was out, but still smelled of smoke. A half-eaten meal sat on a plate. A pack leaned against a tree, but no sign of the man. I circled this site, looking for tracks. That's when I noticed the trees. Their bark had been stripped in long, thin slices, all pointing inward toward the camp, almost like arrows. I counted at least 20 of them surrounding the spot. Each cut was fresh, sap still wet. I felt a knot in my chest as I stood there. Whoever had made those cuts had done it while the man camped there, maybe even while he slept. The missing hiker was never found. After that, the park closed that section to visitors. Too many reports, too much risk. But rangers still had to go in. I was one of them. I told myself it was just some twisted person messing around. But the deeper I went, the less it felt like a prank. One evening, I was on patrol near an old logging road when I smelled smoke. I followed it until I saw the glow of a fire through the trees. I moved quietly, staying low, not wanting to spook whoever was there. When I got close enough, I froze. Around the fire were dozens of objects. Torn tents, broken stoves, ripped clothing, even cooking pots dented and bent. All the missing and trash gear from months of incidents was piled around in a rough circle. In the center, flames burned high, and something dark and heavy was propped against a log beside it. I stepped closer, trying to see. It was a deer carcass, skinned but not butchered, hanging awkwardly like it had been dragged there for display. I didn't wait. I backed out slow and steady, then turned and hiked out as fast as I could without breaking into a run. I didn't call it in until I was miles away. By the time officers came, the site was cold. Everything was gone. That was the moment I knew someone was living out there. Not just passing through, but staying hidden in those woods. Someone who didn't want company. Someone who wanted others to feel afraid. The forest was closed entirely by the end of summer. Officially, it was due to fire danger from the drought. Unofficially, too many rangers had reported strange findings. None of us wanted to say the word stalker, but that's what it felt like. A stalker who had miles of forest to hide in and no fear of being found. I still think about that boot. I still see the circle of burn gear around the fire. And I know there are places in that forest I never stepped, valleys and ridges I never searched. If someone wanted to live out there, if someone wanted to keep people away, they could do it. Easily. I left that park the next season. Transferred to a different post farther south. I told myself it was just a job move, better hours, better housing. But the truth is I couldn't stand going back into those woods again. Not after knowing there was someone out there who watched camps at night, who slashed tents, who left bloodied boots where rangers would find them. Someone who didn't make a mistake, who never left a trace of themselves, but who made sure we always found the evidence they wanted us to see. It wasn't bears. It wasn't kids. It was someone who wanted control of that forest. And I think in the end they got it, because no one goes there now. I worked as a park ranger for close to 9 years before I finally decided I'd had enough. It wasn't one single thing that pushed me to that point, but a buildup of long nights, long hikes, and too many encounters that left me lying awake staring at the ceiling. You learn quickly that the wild doesn't forgive mistakes, and you also learn that people can be far scarier than any animal out there. The assignment that still sticks in my head happened during my 4th year on the job, when I was stationed in a large, heavily forested national park out west. The park was huge, covering mountains, valleys, lakes, and miles of dense pine forest that could swallow you whole if you weren't careful. Most visitors stayed near the campgrounds and marked trails, but plenty of backcountry permits went out to experienced hikers who wanted to disappear for days. My job was partly routine, checking trails, maintaining signs, monitoring wildlife, but it also meant responding when things went wrong. And things go wrong more often than people think. That summer had been especially busy. Record numbers of visitors had come through, and with more people came more accidents. Lost hikers, sprained ankles miles from the trailhead, bears raiding campsites. I was already running on little sleep when the call came in late one afternoon that a camper hadn't returned on schedule. The man had a backcountry permit for 3 nights in a remote section of the park, but his family reported that he hadn't come back when he was supposed to. They were worried because he had been meticulous about time, the type who stuck to a plan. We get missing person reports often, and most of the time, it's just someone who miscalculated the hike and comes trudging back hours late. But every once in a while, it's serious. By the time we started gathering information, the sun was already dropping. We pulled his permit file. He had set out alone, planning a loop that cut through a deep valley and circled past a lake before climbing back toward the trailhead. It wasn't an easy loop. Parts of it were steep, and the trail in the valley floor was faint, often washed out by spring runoff. I volunteered to check it out. I had hiked that loop before and knew its rough spots. I figured I'd hike down to the valley, camp for the night, and search around the lake area the next day. I loaded up my pack with the usual gear: tent, sleeping bag, food, first aid kit, GPS, map, extra batteries. I also carried a radio, though signal in the valley was spotty at best. The trail started off easy, winding through open forest where the late light stretched between tree trunks. But after a couple hours, the terrain tilted downward and the trees grew thicker. I slowed my pace, scanning for any sign of him. Sometimes you get lucky and spot a campsite or boot prints. Not this time. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The air in the valley always felt heavier, muffled, as if sound didn't carry the same way. By the time I reached the valley floor, dusk had settled. The creek running through the bottom reflected strips of fading sky. I found a flat spot not far from the water and set up camp. I cooked a quick meal, then spent an hour walking up and down the creek bank with my flashlight, calling the man's name even though I doubted he'd answer. There was no trace of him, no footprints in the mud, no scraps of gear, nothing. I went back to my tent. Nights in that valley were dark, the kind of dark that presses against your eyes even with them open. The forest there was so thick that the moon barely reached the ground. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the steady rush of the creek. Every now and then I heard something snap deeper in the woods, but that's normal. Branches fall, animals move. I told myself not to read into it. At dawn I packed up and followed the trail toward the lake. It was overgrown, barely visible in places, and I had to stop often to check the map. As I climbed higher, I noticed small details that didn't sit right. A section of brush flattened down in a way that didn't look like deer. A broken branch at shoulder height, snapped clean, not weathered. I kept moving, but my eyes were working overtime, scanning both ground and tree lean. By midday, I reached the lake. It was a beautiful place, ringed with tall pines and cliffs rising behind it. But beauty aside, my focus was on signs of the missing camper. I walked the shoreline, checking for fire pits, discarded wrappers, footprints. On the far side of the lake, tucked between trees, I finally found something. A campsite. The fire pit was cold, but recent. The rocks still smelled faintly of smoke. A pile of wood lay nearby, half-burned logs stacked neatly. And there was trash, an energy bar wrapper, a crumpled packet of instant oatmeal. I crouched and studied the ground. One set of boot prints, average size, leading to and from the site. No sign of anyone else. It should have been reassuring. He had made it here. But something felt wrong. His tent was gone. His pack was gone. It was like he had packed up and left, but in a hurry because a few items were scattered like he didn't bother to clean up. I walked in widening circles around the campsite, looking for any direction he might have gone. The ground was hard, packed with pine needles, making it difficult to see tracks. That's when I noticed the marks near the tree lean. At first I thought they were just where an animal had bedded down, but the more I looked, the more it resembled a scuffle. The ground was torn up, dirt kicked aside, branches broken low. It was subtle, easy to overlook, but I've been trained to catch things like that. I followed faint disturbances leading away from the site. They weren't clear footprints, more like impressions, as if something or someone had moved quickly and unevenly. The trail pulled me deeper into the woods. After a few hundred yards, I found another piece of trash, a torn corner of a food wrapper. Not old, not weathered. I pocketed it and pressed on. The further I went, the more uneasy I became. It wasn't just the silence, well, that was part of it. Forest silence has layers. This was the kind where even birds didn't call. The ground was rough, forcing me to slow down. I kept checking the trees, half expecting to see him slumped against one. But there was nothing. Eventually the trail of disturbances petered out near a steep slope. I scanned below, and that's when I saw something at the bottom. I slid down carefully, grabbing roots for balance. When I reached the base, I froze. It was a boot. Just one boot, lying on its side in the dirt. It matched the description of the ones the missing man had worn. I picked it up. The sole was worn but intact. No blood, no sign of tearing. Just sitting there like it had been dropped. I searched the area thoroughly. For hours I combed through brush, checked under fallen logs, even climbed partway up the opposite slope. Nothing else. Just that one boot. I radioed on what I had found, though the signal kept cutting out. Dispatch caught enough to understand I had located signs of the missing camper, but not the man himself. They told me to continue searching and that a second ranger would hike in the next morning to meet me. With light fading, I reluctantly made camp near the slope. I didn't like the spot. It felt exposed, but hiking in the dark would have been worse. I built a small fire and ate while keeping my back against a tree trunk, facing outward. The unease I'd felt all day had built into something heavier. It wasn't fear of animals. I knew the patterns of bears, cougars, coyotes. This was different. All night, I kept waking up to sounds. Not constant, just sudden snaps of branches, then silence. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, but when I shined my light, the woods were empty. I didn't sleep much. At dawn, I decided to search upstream along the creek that ran nearby. The terrain was rough, boulders and fallen logs blocking the way, but creeks often lead you to clues. A mile up, I found another sign. A cooking pot, dented, lying half buried in sand. Not rusted, not old. The strangest part came shortly after. I reached a flat section where the creek widened, and in the mud near the bank, I found prints. Human prints. Bare feet. They weren't huge, but they weren't small either. Adult size, and they were fresh, pressed deep, as if someone had stood there for a while. No shoe tread, no sock fuzz, just bare-skin impressions in the mud. I crouched there for a long time, studying them. My stomach tightened. Why would someone be barefoot way out here? It made no sense. I followed them as best I could. They led into the trees, meandering like whoever left them was in a hurry. But then they vanished on harder ground. I circled, tried to pick them up again, but they were gone. By mid-afternoon, the other ranger arrived. I briefed him, showing the campsite, the boot, the pot, the prints. He didn't like it either. Together we expanded the search. Still no sign of the man himself. No body, no gear. Just those scattered items like breadcrumbs that led nowhere. After 3 days of searching, the official stance was that he had likely gotten injured and succumbed to the elements, his body yet to be found. The family pushed for answers, but none of us had them. The case stayed open, technically unresolved. But here's the part that kept me awake long after. Over the next year, I worked different sections of the park. And in that time, A handful of hikers reported strange encounters in that same valley. I had been working as a park ranger for a few years when I got assigned to one of the more remote postings in the system. The park stretched out for miles of thick forest, ridges, swamps, and valleys, with hardly any development besides a few backcountry trails and an old service road that cut in from the highway. It was the kind of place where you could go a whole week without seeing another human being if you stayed off the main path. That isolation was part of the job, but it was also what made me uneasy from time to time. People imagine the dangers in these parks as wild animals, cliffs, or storms, and those are real, but what worried me more was people. When someone goes missing out here, it's almost always other people who make it complicated. It was late summer when I started pulling long solo shifts at the fire tower that sat near the middle of the park. The tower wasn't fancy, just a steel frame with a cabin up top where you could spot smoke on the horizon. The park had been dry for weeks, and fire risk was high, so they wanted someone up there pretty much around the clock. I would hike in with my gear, spend 3 or 4 days up in the tower, then hike out when another ranger came to relieve me. The tower sat on a ridge about 10 miles from the ranger station. From up top, you could see the valley spread out like a green carpet, but on the ground, those same valleys were choked with brush and deadfall that made travel slow. The only reliable way in or out was the service road, which had a locked gate at the highway. We kept the key, and so did a couple of the maintenance guys. Otherwise, it was closed to the public. During my first 2 rotations of the tower, nothing unusual happened. I kept my logs, checked the wind, scanned for smoke, and passed the time reading or hiking short stretches of trail near the ridge. The days felt long, but the nights were what got to me. Even if I told myself it was just wind or animals, every creak of the steel frame or crash of a branch in the forest below sounded sharp in the silence. I would sometimes climb down with my flashlight just to check the ground around the tower, making sure nobody had wandered in. It always looked the same, empty. It was on my 3rd shift that things started to feel off. I had hiked in on a Tuesday morning, carrying my pack with food and water for several days. It was hot, with the sun glaring down and no breeze, and I was dripping sweat by the time I reached the ridge. I set up in the cabin, checked the radio, and did a sweep with the scope. No smoke anywhere. Around late afternoon, I decided to take a short walk down the ridge trail to stretch my legs. That trail wasn't used much, just a narrow track that led about a mile before tapering into brush. I made it down maybe half a mile when I noticed something strange. Off to the side of the trail, in a little clearing, I saw what looked like the remains of a small fire pit. It wasn't one of ours, and it wasn't in any of the approved camp zones. The rocks were still blackened, and there were charred sticks inside. It looked fairly recent, maybe a day or 2 old. What bothered me was that there were no footprints or gear around it, no sign of who had built it. I made a note on my log and kicked some dirt over the ashes, then hiked back up to the tower. That night, as I was sitting in the cabin, writing down the day's weather, I kept thinking about that fire pit. The gate at the highway was locked, and I knew nobody was cleared for backcountry camping in that area. If someone had come in, they either jumped the gate or hiked miles in through the forest, which was possible but difficult. The idea of someone out there, maybe hiding, unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. The next morning, I went out again, this time farther down the ridge. I found 2 more signs of camping, another fire pit and some food wrappers. Whoever was hadn't packed their trash. I picked up the wrappers and stuffed them in my bag. This wasn't just a lost hiker. It looked like someone had been staying out here for at least a few days, moving along the ridge and building small fires. I radioed the station and told them what I'd found. They logged it and said they'd send someone to check the gate, but it would be a couple days before anyone could hike out to assist me. Staffing was always thin, so I kept watch and stayed alert. By the 3rd night, the tension had settled into my chest like a weight. I couldn't shake the thought of someone watching from the woods below. The tower gave me a clear view of the valleys, but once the sun went down, it was just blackness all around. I walked the base of the tower with my flashlight more than once, sweeping the trees. Nothing. Still, I barely slept. The next day was cloudy and humid, the air thick enough to feel like rain, but never breaking. I spent hours at the scope, scanning the ridges for smoke. In the late afternoon, I finally saw something, a thin gray column rising from the far valley, maybe 2 miles out. My heart jumped. I logged the coordinates, radioed it in, and then watched through the scope. The smoke was faint but steady. It didn't spread into a blaze, which was a relief, but something about it felt wrong. The column was too narrow, too controlled, like someone keeping a small fire burning rather than an accidental blaze. I kept checking it until dark when it finally faded. That night, I decided I needed to confirm what was going on. If someone was camping illegally and lighting fires in dry conditions, it could turn into a disaster fast. I set my alarm for dawn and planned a hike toward the spot. At first light, I packed water, a map, and my radio, then started down the ridge. The air was damp and quiet, with fog clinging low to the trees. I followed game trails and kept my compass steady toward where I'd seen the smoke. The deeper I went, the heavier the brush became. By late morning, I was picking my way over deadfall, sweating hard, and swatting at mosquitoes. When I finally reached the valley floor, I slowed down and moved carefully. The smell of smoke still lingered faintly in the air. I scanned for tracks and found them, boot prints pressed into the damp soil. They weren't mine, and they were fresh. Following them, I came across another fire pit, this one still warm. A pile of sticks was stacked nearby, ready for burning. I crouched low and scanned the trees. No one was in sight, but the camp looked active, like the person had stepped away only recently. There was no tent, just a blue tarp stretched low between two trees. Under it sat a rolled-up sleeping bag and a few cans of food. I checked one of the cans. It had been opened and half-eaten, the metal still clean where it had been cut with a knife. That was enough for me. I didn't want to push farther alone. I marked the spot on my map, backed out carefully, and started the long hike back to the tower. My nerves were tight the whole way, every snapped twig behind me making me spin. When I got back up the ridge, I radioed the station and reported the exact location. They told me to hold tight until they could send backup. By the time the sun went down, I was exhausted but wired. I kept checking the base of the tower with my flashlight, convinced that whoever owned that camp would know I had found it. The forest was silent except for the occasional cry of an owl. Sometime after midnight, as I sat in the cabin staring into the dark, I heard it, the faint crunch of footsteps on gravel. I froze. The sound came from below the tower, slow and steady, moving along the service road. I killed my lantern and pressed myself against the window, peering down. The night was too black to see details, but I caught a faint movement. Someone walking just outside the circle of the tower shadow. The steps paused, then scraped against the dirt again, drifting back into the trees. I waited for what felt like hours, barely breathing. Nothing else moved. When dawn came, I climbed down and checked the ground. There were prints in the dirt road, fresh ones, leading past the tower and into the woods. I barely ate that day. My whole body was on edge, waiting for another sound, another sign. By afternoon, I heard back from the station. 2 rangers would be hiking out the next morning to meet me. I just had to make it one more night. That last night was the hardest of my life. I locked the cabin door, even though it wouldn't stop much. I kept my flashlight and radio next to me. The hours dragged. At some point after midnight, I heard movement again, this time directly at the base of the tower. The steel frame shivered with the faint sound of someone climbing. My chest clenched so hard I thought my heart would stop. I grabbed my flashlight, clicked it on, and shined it down through the trapdoor. The beam lit up the ladder, but no one was on it. The metal was still vibrating faintly, though like weight had just been lifted. I didn't sleep at all. When dawn broke, I climbed down fast, scanned the ground, and found more prints circling the tower. Whoever it was had come right up to the ladder and tested it. By mid-morning, the other rangers arrived. I can't describe the relief of seeing them push through the brush, both armed and alert. We hiked down to the camp I had marked, but it was empty now. The tarp and sleeping bag were gone, the fire pit cold. All that remained were some scraps of food wrappers and a cut length of rope. Whoever had been out there had cleared out overnight. We searched for 2 days, combing the ridges and valleys, but we never found a person. They had vanished into the forest, leaving nothing behind but those prints and the memory of footsteps circling the tower. After that, I asked for a reassignment. I finished one more short rotation, but I couldn't handle nights in that tower anymore. It wasn't just fear. It was the knowledge that someone had been out there close enough to reach me if they wanted, and I became a park ranger because I loved the woods more than I love anything else. I wasn't the type to sit behind a desk, and I never cared much for big city life. When I signed on, I thought I was getting myself into a quiet life, filled with hikes, wildlife, and making sure tourists didn't feed potato chips to bears. For the most part, that's what the job was. But every now and then, the quiet life could turn sideways, and the woods could remind you just how unforgiving they really are. The incident I'm about to write down happened a few years back when I was stationed at a remote park in the northern part of the state. It was a big stretch of land, filled with old-growth forest, ridgelines that rolled for miles, streams that cut into narrow gorges, and miles upon miles of trails. We were short-staffed like always, which meant I often worked alone, covering a huge area on foot or by truck. That fall, we had a string of late-season visitors, hunters, backpackers, and people who liked the woods better when they were empty and quiet. I didn't mind that. In fact, I liked patrolling in the off-season because you could go whole days without running into a soul. But fewer people also meant that when something went wrong, it might be a long time before help arrived. One particular morning, I was assigned to check the Western Trail system, a set of rough backcountry paths that wound deep into the woods and weren't maintained as well as the more popular routes. It was an area where we occasionally had issues, lost hikers, abandoned campsites, sometimes even squatters. I loaded up the truck with gear, food, and extra water because I knew I'd be out there for most of the day. The air was cold enough to bite through my jacket, and frost glazed the grass along the road. The sun hadn't climbed very high yet, so the woods looked gray and stiff, like they were still half asleep. I drove until the road turned to gravel and eventually parked at one of the smaller trailheads. From there, I set out on foot. The trail wound uphill, slick with wet leaves that had fallen in thick piles. Every step sounded louder than it should have, the crunch of leaves echoing in the empty forest. I kept an easy pace, scanning for broken branches, fresh tracks, or anything that looked out of place. It was routine, nothing unusual. A couple miles in, though, I spotted something odd. On the far side of a small clearing, tucked back into the trees, there was a dark patch that didn't match the rest of the woods. I stepped closer, brushing through wet ferns until I saw it clearly. It was a campsite, or what was left of one. The tent was collapsed, the fabric torn and dirty. A small fire pit was cold and scattered, with chunks of half-burned wood lying around. An old pack lay against a tree, ripped open, its contents spilling into the damp dirt. Clothes, a can opener, empty food wrappers. Everything was weathered, but not so much that it looked abandoned for years. I crouched and touched the tent fabric. It was still pliable, not rotted or brittle, which meant someone had been here recently, maybe within the last year. But there were no signs of anyone around. I walked the perimeter of the site, scanning for tracks. The ground was soft and damp, which made prints easy to spot. I saw some near the tent, but they were faded. Hard to say if they belonged to the camper or to someone else passing through later. Part of me figured it was just a hunter who had left his gear behind. Maybe the tent got ruined in a storm and he didn't bother packing it out. That happened more often than you'd think. Still, something about the scene felt off. The way the pack was torn open didn't look like someone rooting through it for their own things. It looked like it had been ripped, maybe by an animal. I jotted down notes in my logbook, took some photos, and decided to keep moving. The trail beyond the campsite narrowed, winding down into a small ravine where a creek ran shallow over flat rocks. The banks were slick with mud, and I saw fresh impressions there. Boot prints, clear enough that they hadn't been washed out yet. They led upstream, away from the trail. I hesitated. My job wasn't to track every set of prints I saw, but these were fresh, and they headed off in a direction that wasn't marked. Curiosity pushed me forward. I followed the creek for maybe half a mile, stepping carefully to avoid slipping. The prints stayed close to the bank, sometimes crossing back and forth in the water. Whoever made them wasn't trying to hide, but they weren't sticking to the main trail either. Eventually, the tracks led me to a narrow side gorge, where the creek cut between two steep walls of stone. It was darker here, the sun barely reaching the bottom, and the air smelled heavy with wet rock and moss. The footprints continued inside. I followed cautiously, one hand on the radio clipped to my vest. The gorge narrowed so much in places that I had to turn sideways to squeeze through. My boots echoed against the stone, every sound amplified. After maybe 20 minutes of picking my way through, I came out into a small hollow where the walls opened up. And that's where I saw it. Another campsite. This one was stranger than the first. A tarp was strung between trees, half collapsed. Underneath it, there were makeshift shelves made of branches lashed together with cord. On the shelves were food cans, tools, and a couple of old lanterns. Nearby, there was a pile of firewood stacked too neatly to be random. It wasn't just a campsite, it was a base camp. Someone had been living out here. I stepped closer, scanning everything carefully. The fire pit was cold, but it looked like it had been used recently. The ash hadn't been washed away by rain. I checked the cans. Most were empty, but a few still had food inside. They weren't rusted. My stomach tightened. This wasn't a hunter who'd left gear behind. This was someone living illegally in the park. Maybe a squatter, maybe something else. I circled the site slowly, trying to get a sense of how long it had been there. I found a crude bed made of pine boughs, still relatively fresh. I found a hunting knife stuck into a stump. I found a bucket of water, half full, drawn from the creek. Someone was here. Maybe not this exact moment, but very recently. That's when I heard it. A snap, not far off. I froze, my hand instinctively going to the bear spray on my belt. My ears strained. Another crack, like a branch being stepped on. It came from up the slope, beyond the edge of the hollow. My first thought was that the person who lived here had just come back. If so, I didn't want to corner them. People living off the grid can be unpredictable. Some are harmless. Some aren't. I slowly backed away from the tarp, moving toward the gorge. My boots made almost no sound on the wet leaves. I didn't see anyone, but the hairs on my neck stood stiff. I made it back into the narrow gorge and followed it out, keeping my pace steady but quick. Every few steps, I glanced back, half expecting to see someone following. But no one came. When I finally reached the main trail again, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. My chest felt tight, and I had to force myself to calm down. I hiked back toward the truck, but the whole way I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The woods felt heavier, quieter. Even the birds seemed to have gone silent. When I reached the trailhead, I got on the radio and reported what I'd found. The response came back crackly but clear. They'd send another ranger to meet me, and we'd return together to check the site. It took hours for backup to arrive, but eventually another ranger pulled up in his truck. Together, we hiked back to the hollow. When we got there, though, the site looked different. The tarp was gone. The shelves were knocked over. The cans, the tools, the bucket, everything was gone, like it had never been there. Only the fire pit remained, and even that looked scattered, as if someone had tried to erase it quickly. The other ranger looked at me like he half thought I was making it up, but the photos on my phone proved otherwise. The site had been there. Someone had cleaned it out in the few hours between my first visit and our return. We searched the area, but there was no sign of the person. No fresh tracks, no belongings left behind. Whoever it was, they'd vanished into the woods. We hiked back in silence. I could tell the other ranger was unsettled, even if he didn't say it. In the weeks that followed, I kept an eye on that part of the park. I checked the trails, the creek, the gorge, but I never found another trace of that campsite. The memory stuck with me, though. The feeling of standing in that hollow, surrounded by someone else's hidden life. The sound of branches snapping just out of sight. The sudden disappearance of everything, like whoever it was had melted into the trees. Working as a ranger, you get used to solitude. You get used to the silence of the woods. But after that day, I understood something deeper. Out there, miles from the nearest road, you're never really alone. There are places where people live unseen, people who don't want to be found. And when you stumble across them, you realize just how fragile your sense of safety really is. I still patrol those trails, but I walk them differently now. I pay more attention to the small signs, the cut branches, the faint tracks, the quiet breaks in silence. Because the woods hold more than deer and bear. They hold people too. People who choose to disappear. People who don't want company. And the scariest part is knowing that I only found one camp. For all I know, there could be dozens more out there, tucked into the I have worked as a park ranger for more than 15 years, and most of my days have been routine. I patrol trails, I check campsites, I maintain signs, and I help visitors who get lost or run into trouble. Most of the time, it feels like a peaceful job, and it is easy to forget that the woods can be dangerous. The forests, rivers, and mountains I watch over look calm on the surface, but if you spend enough years out there, you learn that small mistakes can pile up fast. You learn how quickly comfort can turn into panic. The story I'm about to tell happened about 7 years into my career during the late summer. I had already been through storms, flash floods, injuries, and the usual mix of lost hikers and car accidents, but nothing compared to this. It wasn't the kind of danger that came from nature alone. It was the kind that came from people, and that is always harder to predict. That year, the park had been unusually busy. We had seen record numbers of visitors, especially backpackers who wanted to do the longer trails. The trail system covered more than 40 miles through mountains, thick pine forests, and wide valleys where creeks braided through meadows. We had a few fire lookouts scattered in the higher areas and several backcountry campsites that required permits. Most visitors respected the rules, but we always had some who left trash, built illegal fires, or pushed past closed sections. I had been assigned a 4-day solo patrol in one of the remote parts of the park. It was a stretch of trail that curved through dense woods and then climbed up to a rocky ridge. There were 2 backcountry campsites along the way and an old service cabin near a stream. The cabin wasn't used much anymore except by rangers, since it was too far for most visitors to care about. My plan was to hike in, check the campsites, stay a night at the cabin, then make my way back. The first day went smoothly. The weather was warm, but not unbearable. The trail was dry, and I saw the usual mix of hikers. Families, couples, a few solo backpackers. Everyone I passed seemed prepared. At the first campsite I checked, everything looked fine. Fire pit cold, food properly stored, no trash scattered around. I wrote down notes in my log, ate a quick lunch, and moved on. By late afternoon, I reached the second campsite. It was empty, but I noticed something strange. The fire pit was still warm, which meant someone had been there not long ago. The problem was there were no footprints leaving the site in either direction. The dirt around the pit and tent area was packed, but the actual trail looked untouched. Normally, you could always see prints in the dust or grass bent where people had walked. Here it looked like someone had just vanished. At first, I brushed it off. Maybe the wind had erased the prints. Maybe they had taken a side path. But as I checked the area more carefully, I found more odd things. A torn wrapper from a protein bar, half buried near the log seating. A cooking pot turned upside down beside the fire pit. A water bottle lying on its side in the grass, still half full. None of it was in a trash bag or packed up. It was the kind of mess you only see if someone leaves in a hurry. I jotted notes and tried to make sense of it. A hiker could have gotten sick, panicked, or decided to abandon gear. But even then, I should have seen footprints. It was unsettling, but I couldn't call an emergency without more proof. People left strange things behind all the time. I left the site and hiked another 2 miles to the cabin. It was just a one-room structure made of weathered wood, with a small stove, a bunk bed, and a storage box for dry goods. The stream nearby made it a good place to refill water. I set my gear inside, lit a lantern, and made a simple meal. By the time the sun set, I had shaken off the unease from the abandoned campsite. The woods grew dark quickly, and the sounds of insects and running water filled the air. That night I woke up twice. The first time was to a thump outside the cabin. It could have been a branch falling, but it had sounded heavier. I listened for a while, but nothing followed, so I went back to sleep. The second time I woke was around 3 a.m. when I thought I heard footsteps in the dirt outside. Slow, steady steps, moving just a few yards from the wall where my bunk was. I lay completely still, holding my breath. After about a minute, the sound faded. I eventually convinced myself it had to be an animal, maybe a deer or elk. The next morning, I found no tracks outside. The dirt near the cabin was packed hard, so it wasn't easy to see prints, but still, I expected something. I try not to dwell on it. I boiled water, ate breakfast, and set out again. My goal that day was to sweep another stretch of trail that looped back toward the main route. Around mid-morning, I came across something that made my stomach drop. Just off the trail, maybe 20 yards into the trees, I found a backpack propped against a stump. It was dusty and weather-worn, but it didn't look like it had been there long. Inside were clothes, a sleeping bag, a map, and a small first aid kit. Everything was neatly packed, not scattered, not torn by animals. It looked like someone had placed it there and walked away. I recorded the coordinates and checked the surrounding area for footprints or broken branches. But again, there was nothing clear. The ground was dry, and the pine needles muffled steps, but still, it was strange how clean everything looked. No struggle, no attempt to hide it, just a pack abandoned upright against the stump. The deeper I went into that patrol, the more uneasy I felt. I couldn't shake the sense that someone was out there, close by, watching me. Every time the wind shifted through the trees, I thought I heard faint movement. A snapped twig, a shift of weight, something keeping pace. I turned around often, scanning the trail behind me, but never saw anyone. By late afternoon, I decided to cut back toward the cabin. I wanted to make another sweep near the stream and also check if anyone had come through while I was gone. The hike back felt longer than it should have, probably because of how much I was looking over my shoulder. When I reached the cabin, I froze. On the step outside was the protein bar wrapper I had seen at the campsite the day before. I was certain I had left it behind. Now it sat in plain sight, folded neatly, like someone had carried it there and placed it deliberately. The air felt heavy. I forced myself to unlock the cabin and step inside. Everything looked as I had left it. Gear stacked by the bunk, lantern on the table, stove cold. I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Someone had been here while I was gone. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the lantern on low and listened to every sound outside. Around midnight, I heard it again, slow steps circling the cabin. Sometimes close, sometimes farther. Never rushing, never crashing through brush, just steady movement. I gripped my radio, tempted to call it in, but the signal was weak this deep in the park. Unless it was an emergency, I wasn't supposed to waste battery trying to reach dispatch. The circling went on for what felt like hours. Then just before dawn, it stopped. When I finally stepped outside in daylight, the wrapper was gone. On my third day, I decided I couldn't stay in the cabin again. My gut told me it was safer to move. I packed everything, checked the area one last time, and started back toward the main trail. My plan was to head straight out, even if it meant covering more miles than usual in one day. Not long after leaving, I spotted something else. A fresh pile of ashes beside the trail, still warm, like someone had burned a small fire in the middle of the night. No campsite, no gear, just ashes in a shallow pit. It hadn't been there the day before. Whoever was out there, they were moving fast, staying close, and they wanted me to know it. The miles dragged. Every bend in the trail felt like it could reveal something worse. I kept checking behind me, convinced I would see someone following at a distance. Around noon, I stopped to drink water and noticed something that nearly made me drop the bottle. Scratched into the bark of a tree beside the trail were 3 straight lines. Not letters, not numbers, just 3 vertical cuts, deep and fresh. I pushed harder, covering as much ground as I could. By evening, I finally reached the last campsite before the trailhead. It was empty, but I decided to stay. I was exhausted and couldn't risk stumbling in the dark. I set up as quickly as possible, kept my gear close, and sat with my back to a tree until the sun went down. That night was the worst of all. I didn't light a fire, hoping to stay hidden, but around midnight, I saw a faint glow through the trees about 200 yards away. Someone else had built a fire and left it burning bright enough for me to see. I knew it wasn't campers. No permits were issued for that site, and it was far too close to mine. The fire was a message. I stayed awake until dawn, clutching my radio, knife, and flashlight. The glow faded sometime in the early morning, and by the time the sun rose, there was no trace. I packed up without eating, too sick with nerves to swallow food, and started the last push out of the backcountry. The closer I got to the trailhead, the lighter I felt, though I never shook the sense of being watched. The final mile felt like a sprint, and when I finally broke out of the trees into the gravel parking lot, I nearly collapsed with relief. 2 cars were there, both belonged to day hikers. No sign of anyone else. I had been working as a park ranger for a little over 4 years when one of the strangest and most unsettling experiences of my life took place. It was late summer, and I was stationed at a park that wasn't as well known as some of the bigger ones, but still got a fair number of visitors. It was a mix of rolling hills, old growth forest, some rough river valleys, and a few long, winding trails that cut deep into areas most people didn't go. The park was big enough that you could hike all day and not see anyone. And while that solitude was one of the reasons I loved working there, it was also the reason strange things could happen without anyone noticing right away. That year, we had been dealing with more missing hiker reports than usual. Most of the time, they turned out fine. People would get lost off trail or misjudge how long a loop would take them, then wander back out hours later, embarrassed and dehydrated. But that summer was different. There were more calls, more searches, and while we didn't lose anyone permanently, the fact that people were going missing more often caught my attention. At first, I chalked it up to the heat and to inexperienced hikers biting off more than they could chew. But it kept nagging at me. One day in late August, I was given the assignment to check a section of trail that hadn't been patrolled in about a week. It was one of those side trails that wasn't closed, but also wasn't encouraged for the general public. It was rough, not maintained much, and cut through some remote terrain near an old service road that had been abandoned for decades. My job was simple: hike the trail, note down any damage, check if people had been using it, and report back. Usually, it was uneventful work. I started early in the morning with a backpack of the basics: radio, GPS, map, extra water, some protein bars, first aid kit, and my ranger-issued sidearm, which I almost never needed but always carried. The first couple of miles were straightforward. The air was already hot, the sun cutting through the trees in sharp beams, and the cicadas were making the forest loud in that constant droning way they do. The trail was overgrown in places, and I could see where branches had fallen across the path. I stopped now and then to note things down, break off smaller branches, or mark the spots for a maintenance crew. The farther I went, the quieter the forest seemed to get. I didn't notice it right away, but after about 3 miles, I realized I hadn't heard a bird in a while. Normally, the woods were full of sound: woodpeckers, jays, squirrels. But in this section, it was just the crunch of my boots and the occasional rustle of leaves when a breeze moved through. I paused a few times to listen, thinking maybe I was just imagining it, but it was real. The quiet was heavy, like a weight. Around mile 4, I came across something odd. There was an old fire ring, blackened stones with charred wood in the center, maybe a couple of weeks old. That wasn't unusual in itself, but it was way off the main trail, tucked in a hollow that would have been hard for a casual hiker to find. I got closer and saw a few other things scattered nearby: a torn sleeping bag, an empty can of beans, a boot without laces. None of it looked fresh, but it didn't look like the normal debris I usually found, either. I noted the location, took a couple of pictures with my work phone, and kept moving. Another mile or so down, the trail got rougher. It dropped into a narrow ravine where an old logging road used to run. That road had been abandoned since before I was born, but you could still see the cut into the hillside and the way the trees grew straighter along the line. Down there, the air was cooler, but it felt even more still. I remember tightening the straps of my pack and telling myself it was just because it was early afternoon and the animals were bedded down. Half a mile later, I saw something that made me stop cold. In the middle of the trail, right where the ground leveled out, there was a line of rocks stacked carefully one on top of the other. 5 of them, balanced in a way that didn't look accidental. They weren't huge, just hand-sized, but someone had definitely put them there on purpose. It wasn't the first time I'd seen something like that, Sometimes people make cairns as markers, but these weren't guiding anyone. They were directly across the trail, like a barrier. I studied them for a while, feeling uneasy, then nudged them over with my boot and kept walking. Another half-mile on, I noticed more strange things. A tree with strips of bark peeled away in long vertical lines, as if someone had taken a knife to it. A pile of broken branches arranged in a rough circle. A shirt, sun-bleached and dirty, hanging from a branch about 8 feet up, swaying slightly even though there was no wind. By this point, the unease had grown into something heavier. I couldn't explain why, but everything about the area felt wrong. It wasn't that I thought of anything supernatural. I wasn't that kind of person. But I knew the woods well, and I knew what belonged and what didn't. This didn't belong. I debated turning back, but the trail wasn't much longer, and I wanted to finish the loop. I told myself it was just leftover trash from squatters or maybe hunters, and that my job was to document it. So I pushed on. When I reached the far end of the trail, where it met the old service road, I found something I still think about. The service road was choked with weeds and saplings, but you could see where tire tracks had once been. Right at the junction, someone had built what looked like a crude shelter. It was half collapsed, just branches leaned against each other with a blue tarp stretched over the top. But inside there were more things scattered around. Food wrappers and a rusty hatchet, an empty water jug, and a backpack with the zipper half open. I knelt down and pulled the pack open. Inside were a few clothes, all damp and dirty, and a notebook. The notebook was small, spiral-bound, and the cover was warped from moisture. The first few pages were empty, but farther in, there was writing. It wasn't neat, and some of it was smeared, but I could make out sentences. Most of them didn't make sense. Random notes about the woods, about hearing things at night, about not being able to sleep. One line stuck with me. Asterisk, something is following me, but I can't see it. Asterisk. Reading then the silence of that spot made the hair on my arms rise. I put the notebook back, stood up, and felt the strongest urge I'd had all day to leave. The hike back was worse. Every sound behind me made me turn. Every shadow seemed to move. The silence had settled so thickly over the forest that my own footsteps felt too loud. More than once I stopped and scanned the trees, certain I'd see someone there, but there was never anything. I kept my hand near my sidearm, even though I never drew it. By the time I got back to the trailhead, the sun was low, the light turning gold through the branches. I signed back into the ranger station, wrote up a report about the shelter and the debris, and handed it off. Officially, it was treated as just another case of an illegal camper. But I couldn't shake the way that notebook looked, the strange objects on the trail, and the suffocating silence of that ravine. Over the next month, I avoided that section whenever I could. Other rangers went out there, but no one else reported anything unusual beyond trash and overgrowth. The missing hiker reports slowed down with the cooler weather, and eventually the whole summer just became another log in the file. But I couldn't let it go. What made it worse was that about 6 weeks later, during a search for a lost backpacker in another part of the park, one of the volunteers mentioned something to me. He said he had once camped near that same ravine years earlier, and had woken up to the sound of someone walking around his tent in the middle of the night. When he unzipped the flap, there had been no one there, but his gear had been moved. He never camped in that part of the park again. To this day, I don't know who built that shelter or who wrote in that notebook. I don't know if the missing hikers were connected or if it was all coincidence. What I do know is that in the middle of a huge forest, there are places where people go and don't come back. Sometimes it's just the land claiming them. Other times, I think it's something else, something human, something hiding out there, just far enough from sight. When I think back on it, the part that chills me the most isn't the shelter or the stacked rocks or even the silence. It's the thought that while I was walking that trail, writing notes and taking pictures, someone could have been watching me from just beyond the trees, standing still, blending in, waiting. And the truth is, I would never have known. I became a park ranger because I loved the quiet, but the quiet never really stays quiet for long. When I first started working in the forest, I thought the scariest things I'd run into would be bad storms, rattlesnakes, or maybe the occasional aggressive black bear. What I didn't expect was how much of the fear would come from people, from the strange choices they make when they think no one's watching, from the things they leave behind, and from the way the land itself swallows up mistakes. The park I worked in was a huge stretch of mixed pine and hardwood forest, cut with rivers, old logging roads, and canyons. Some parts have been popular hiking areas for decades, but most of it was wilderness that almost no one went into except hunters, rangers, and the occasional lost backpacker. We had campsites, official trails, and the sort of things families used, but once you step past that, the land felt like it didn't belong to anyone. That was part of my job, making sure people didn't wander too far off, didn't get themselves killed, didn't start fires where they shouldn't. A ranger spends a lot of time just driving lonely dirt roads, checking trailheads, picking up after careless campers. It's not glamorous, but it's steady. The longer you work in the woods, the more you notice how different it feels depending on where you are. Some ridges feel open and calm, with sunlight spilling over them in a way that makes you relax. Other places, especially the deep hollows, feel close and heavy, like the trees lean in and press the air down. You don't really think about it much at first, but after years of walking the same paths, you start to recognize where you feel safe and where your chest tightens without a reason. There was one section of the forest that always made me uneasy. We called it Section 12, just one grid on the map that we used to mark out patrol areas. It was mostly old growth mixed with steep gullies, no real trails, and a lot of places where GPS lost its signal. Hunters went in there sometimes, but most visitors stayed away. If someone parked a car by the access road for Section 12, I usually made a note to check it later because it often meant trouble. One fall, a truck was left at the access point for 3 days. That wasn't unheard of. Hunters sometimes camped deep in the woods for that long, but the longer it sat there, the more it worried me. We had a routine. If a vehicle was left for more than 48 hours without a permit, we started checking for a missing person report. By the third day, I hiked in to see if I could find anyone. I signed out the truck's plate number at the ranger station, strapped on my gear, and walked into Section 12 alone. The air was cool, the leaves were turning, and the sky was the kind of pale gray that meant rain would come sooner or later. I carried a map, compass, GPS, first aid kit, and enough food and water for a long search. The first 2 miles weren't bad. I followed an old logging road choked with weeds until it split into faint game trails. Deer tracks crisscrossed the mud, and squirrels jumped through the canopy. But once I cut down into the gullies, everything got darker. The slopes were slick with fallen leaves, and the air was still. I stopped hearing birds. That silence always hits hard. You never realize how much background noise there is in a forest until it's gone. After about an hour, I found a fire ring. It was just a circle of stones with some ash still inside, cold and scattered. Around were boot prints, gear wrappers, and a cut branch someone had used for firewood. That told me someone had camped there recently, but they hadn't cleaned up. Rangers get used to finding trash, but something about this site bothered me. The fire ring was small and tidy, but the campsite itself looked hurried, like whoever was there hadn't stayed long. I kept going, marking the spot on my GPS, and moved deeper into the gully. The ground got softer, and I started noticing things that didn't fit. A jacket sleeve caught on a branch, a crushed water bottle half buried in mud. Then I came across a plastic grocery bag tangled in brambles with food wrappers inside. I bagged it, thinking I'd log it later as abandoned property, but it gave me the feeling I was following a trail of mistakes. When I reached the bottom of the gully, I found something that made my stomach tighten. There was a backpack leaning against a tree. It wasn't hidden, just sitting there like someone had set it down and walked away. It was soaked from dew, but it hadn't been there long. I crouched and looked inside. The pack had a sleeping bag, a flashlight, a couple of protein bars, and a map folded raw. The map was one of ours, torn from a visitor center stack, but it had no markings, no notes, nothing to say where the person was headed. I radioed in that I'd found gear, but no person. The dispatcher told me to keep looking but stay safe, and if it got dark, to pull out. I kept moving, following the gully, and the feeling of unease grew heavier. The slopes rose higher, and the light thinned. At one point I stopped, listening because I swore I heard movement above me. Not the skitter of a squirrel, not the flap of a bird, but something heavier, deliberate. I stood there, waiting, but the sound never came again. Another mile in, I came across the first real sign of trouble. A boot was lying in the creek bed. Just one boot, soaked through, the laces undone. No blood, no torn fabric, no sign of struggle. Just a boot that should have been on someone's foot. I stared at it for a long time. People don't just walk out of their boots, not in rough country like that. I marked the spot, took a photo, and pressed on. Micah told me I should have turned back right then, but a ranger doesn't walk away from something like that. The gully opened into a flat bottom where a huge oak had fallen long ago. The roots stuck up like a wall, and behind it was another camp. This one was worse than the first. There was a torn tarp draped over the log, an empty can of beans, and a sleeping bag rolled halfway open, filthy with mud. I checked it carefully, calling out in case anyone was nearby, but the camp was abandoned. What froze me was the smell. Not rot, not death exactly, but a sour human smell, sweat and dirt and something unwashed. Fresh, like whoever had been there had only just left. I backed off, scanning the trees. My mind kept circling the same thought. Maybe it was a lost hunter, maybe a survivalist, maybe just someone who didn't want to be found. But the trail of scattered belongings didn't fit someone in control. It looked like someone moving fast, dropping pieces as they went. I pushed further, even though every step made me feel more exposed. That stretch of forest had a way of muffling sound, so even my own footsteps felt wrong. I walked another hour before the light started fading, and that's when I found the last site. It was a clearing, small and tight, with branches overhead like a roof. In the center was a circle of stones, but no fire inside. Around it were items spread in a way that didn't look like camping anymore. A ripped shirt, a crushed pair of glasses, a mess of string and cord. The ground was scuffed with drag marks, shallow grooves like something heavy had been pulled across the leaves. I stood there, every instinct screaming that I shouldn't be there. I didn't see a body, but I didn't need to. Something had happened in that spot, something bad, and the air still carried it. I pulled back fast, retracing my GPS points. My legs burned, climbing the slope, and my chest hammered as if I was being followed, though I never saw anyone. It took me almost 2 hours to reach the logging road again, and by the time I came out, it was nearly dark. The truck was still parked where it had been, empty and locked. We had it towed that night. Later, law enforcement combed Section 12 with dogs and a search team. They found a campsite marked the boot, the scattered items. But they never found a body. No missing person matched the truck's registration. No one came forward to claim the gear. Eventually, the case just went cold. But I know what I felt out there. I know the way the camps got stranger the deeper I went. I know someone was living out there, someone who wasn't surviving so much as unraveling. And I know I walked out only because I turned back when I did. Even now, years later, if I see a vehicle left too long by Section 12, I feel that same tightness in my chest. I've gone back for patrols, but I never go in far anymore, not unless I have backup. Some places in the forest don't give up answers. They just hold on to them, and all you can do is walk away. That's the part most people don't understand about this job. The scariest thing isn't what you find, it's what you don't. I became a park ranger because I thought I loved solitude. That was the reason I gave people when they asked why I chose this job. I liked hiking, camping, the smell of pine, and the quiet sound of the wind in tall grass. I liked how the job meant I would always be outside, far away from the heavy noise of towns and cities. I liked that the only crowds I would face were flocks of birds or herds of deer. For a while, it was exactly what I wanted. When I started, I was placed at a smaller park with well-marked trails and easy access to main roads. It was a comfortable place to learn. But after a couple of years, I got transferred to a much bigger park. This one stretched for miles across forests, hills, and lakes, with only a handful of dirt roads cutting through it. Some parts of the park were so remote that you had to hike for hours before you found anything resembling a trail. It was wilder, older, and far less forgiving. At first, I thought I was lucky to end up there. I told myself that this was the true ranger experience, the kind of place where I could really prove myself. The station I was assigned to sat close to the northern boundary of the park. It was a small building with a garage for the ranger trucks, a storage shed for equipment, and a short radio tower. The closest town was almost an hour's drive away. Most of the time, it was just me and two other rangers covering hundreds of square miles. We took turns patrolling different areas, checking campsites, fixing damaged signs, or clearing fallen trees off the trails. Sometimes we found people who needed help. Sometimes we just found trash. A lot of the time, we didn't find anything at all. The park had a reputation for being beautiful, but also difficult. The terrain could change quickly, with steep drop-offs hidden behind brush, sudden streams running down from the hills, and thick woods that made it easy to get turnaround. Every year we had reports of missing hikers, though most were found within a day or two. The real danger wasn't wild animals or anything dramatic like that. It was dehydration, exposure, and people underestimating how long a trail would take. The first summer at that station, everything went smoothly. The long days kept the woods bright, and the number of visitors kept me busy. By fall, though, the crowds thinned out and the work shifted. Leaves buried the trails, streams swelled with cold rain, and the forest became a darker place. I noticed that once the weather cooled, the entire atmosphere of the park changed. The same trails that felt open and friendly in June looked different in October. Shadows pooled deeper. The woods felt heavier. I told myself it was just the season and the isolation playing tricks on me. The first time I felt something was truly wrong happened on a patrol in late October. I had been sent to check a section of the park that didn't see many visitors. There was a service road that ended at a clearing where an old fire tower once stood. From there, the woods went on for miles, mostly unmarked. My job was just to make sure the road was still drivable and that the clearing wasn't being used as a dumping ground. It was supposed to be easy. The day was gray, and the wind was strong enough to push fallen leaves across the dirt like small waves. The drive out was uneventful until I reached the last stretch of road. About 100 yards from the clearing, I noticed something odd on the ground. I slowed the truck and leaned forward. There were deep ruts in the dirt, like someone had driven through when it was still muddy. That wouldn't have been strange if it wasn't for the fact that the park kept the gate locked on that road and there hadn't been much rain in weeks. I got out and walked closer. The ruts weren't wide enough for a truck. They looked more like the tracks of an ATV or something similar. They cut across the road and into the trees, heading north. I followed them for a short distance until the brush grew too thick. The soil was hard now, so there were no footprints I could see, just a faint sign of something heavy pushed through the undergrowth. Back at the clearing, I found more of the same. The grass was bent down in wide arcs, like something had been dragged across it. I checked the area carefully, half expecting to find a stash of beer cans or a burned-out fire pit, but there was nothing. The place was empty, just wind whipping through dead weeds. Still, I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been out there, somewhere they weren't supposed to be. I reported it when I got back to the station, but we didn't have much to go on. A trespasser wasn't uncommon, and unless they were caught in the act, there wasn't much to do. That should have been the end of it, but a few days later, I was assigned to the same area again. The weather had gotten colder, and most of the leaves are down now. As I walked the clearing, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. Near the tree line, there were several pieces of wood stacked in a strange pattern. At first glance, it looked like storm debris, but when I looked closer, I saw the pieces had been arranged deliberately, almost like a low shelter or a blind. The wood wasn't fresh, and there were no signs of recent fire or camping. It looked like it had been there for weeks, maybe longer, hidden under the cover of leaves until the wind exposed it. I crouched down and touched one of the branches. It was wedged firmly against another, angled in a way that seemed too clean to be an accident. Something about the shape of it bothered me, though I couldn't explain why. It wasn't big enough for shelter, and it wasn't facing the clearing. It was facing back into the trees, almost like it had been built to conceal whoever was behind it. That night, back at the station, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd been in the park long enough to recognize the usual things people left behind. Makeshift fire pits, beer bottles, old tarps. This was different. This was careful. The next week, I went back again, determined to check the area more thoroughly. I parked the truck, walked to the clearing, and followed the faint trail deeper into the woods. The air was cold enough to see my breath. The ground was damp, and every step sounded too loud in the stillness. I walked for almost an hour, keeping my bearings with a compass, until I found something else. At the base of a hill, hidden behind a cluster of fallen trees, was another structure made of branches. This one was larger, shaped almost like a lean-to, though too low for anyone to sit under. Inside it, pressed into the dirt, were several indentations. They weren't sharp enough to make out clearly, but they looked like the places where someone had rested their knees or elbows. The discovery made my skin prickle. There was no trash, no clothing, no signs of fire, nothing that screamed campsite. Whoever had been there hadn't been relaxing or living out there. It looked more like they had been watching. I backed out and marked the location on my map, then started the long walk back to the truck. Every step I felt eyes on me. The forest seemed too quiet, as if it were holding its breath. I told myself I was overreacting, but I couldn't shake the unease. Over the next few weeks, more reports came in from other rangers about odd things in that sector. A missing hiker's abandoned backpack was found deep off trail, with no sign of the hiker himself. A hunter reported seeing someone moving quickly through the trees, but when he followed, he found nothing. We wrote it all down, but nothing added up. Then winter came, and the park emptied. With fewer visitors, the strange incidents slowed, or maybe we just didn't hear about them. Snow buried the ground, and the forest fell silent. By spring, I had almost convinced myself I'd imagined most of it. But then came May. It was early in the season, and only a handful of campers had checked into the park. I was patrolling near the same northern sector when I decided to take a detour past the clearing again. The snow was gone, the grass was damp, and the trees were greening up. As soon as I stepped out of the truck, I noticed something wrong. Across the clearing, near the place where the first woodpile had been, there was a fresh mark in the dirt. I walked over and froze. Someone had carved a series of lines into the ground. They weren't random scratches. They formed a rough grid about the size of a picnic blanket. The lines were straight, some deeper than others, and pressed into the soil as if with a stick or a tool. In the center of the grid, the ground had been disturbed, dug up, and then filled in again. The dirt was loose, darker than the soil around it. I stared at it for a long time, my stomach tight. I wanted to believe it was kids messing around, but the location was too remote, the pattern too deliberate. I crouched down and touched the disturbed soil. It gave easily under my fingers, and the damp smell of fresh earth rose up. Something had been buried there. And recently, I didn't dig. I didn't want to. Instead, I stood up, marked the spot on my map, and backed away. When I got to the truck, I radioed it in. A few hours later, law enforcement met me at the site. They dug where the soil had been disturbed. I didn't stay to watch. Later, I heard what they found. It wasn't treasure or trash or anything you could explain away. It was the body of a young man, partially decomposed, wrapped in a torn sleeping bag. He had been buried shallow, as if the person who put him there had been in a hurry. The investigation that followed stretched for months. They never told us everything, but I learned enough. The young man hadn't been reported missing until after winter. He'd been last seen in the park months before, hiking alone. His cause of death was never shared with me, but the fact that he had been buried like that told me it wasn't an accident. After that, I couldn't look at the forest the same way. Every patrol felt heavier. Every